All right, we're here. We're ready. We're streaming. We're live. Let's get some music on. Play some music. All right. Okay, we're here. So I've been well, welcome to the stream first of all. I should probably start there. Anyway, I've been doing like a lot of map making recently. And some of it I can't show and can't work on stream because spoilers and all that. Like I can't really work on anything Gone Gold on stream because spoilers. Can't work on anything redacted because that's spoilers as well. And I needed to change of face, so I was like, you know what? Instead of working on something that's like kind of long term, well, I guess this is long term too. I was like, instead of working on something that is sort of expected, we'll do something else. We'll change pace a little bit, do something different, and refresh our brains a little bit. So I've been doing a lot of Grand Lorien maps, and I kind of want to spice things up a bit, get some more inspiration. Anyways, so a little while back, I did a stream about the starter edition of the FF14 TTRPG, where we just sort of talked about what's in the starter set. And went over the rules. I'll probably do another one when the actual full edition comes out, but that's like next year, so that won't be for a little bit. But obviously, this is something that appeals to me as a TTRPG boy and a FF14 boy. It's obviously a little bit up my alley, just a tiny bit. So I've been wanting to eventually run something in the system on stream. Now, it'll probably take a bit of supplement creation on my end. Not only just making maps, but also maybe providing some stuff for the players to kind of ease them in, since a lot of the stuff is physical. And so I'd want to give them like versions of character sheets that they could use that would kind of be on their computer so that they wouldn't have to have the physical edition in front of them. Just some little reference sheets. But they do actually have the PDFs of the character sheets up on their website, so they are sharing that stuff for free. In fact, we're actually going to take a look at some of the free stuff they've shared today before we get into the meat of the stream. So yeah, why don't we start with that? Why don't we start by taking a look at the website, shall we? We're gonna kind of cut this stream in half, in a sense, I guess. We're gonna first take a look at some of the supplemental stuff, just because I realized they released that stuff recently, and I'm like, you know what? We might as well just take a look at it on stream if we're doing a FF14 based stream anyway. And then in the second half, we're gonna run around some of the earlier areas in FF14. And try to pick out some areas that it might be good to make maps of as we sort of try to piece together a little, not a one-shot, but a short campaign. Maybe like Beyond the Eye length, maybe like 4-ish sessions or something like that. That will eventually run once the standard edition comes out. So we want to have the maps ready ahead of time so I don't have to do that work. So we're going to try to plot out a little storyline because that doesn't really affect the combat. The only thing we'll need to know is the classes eventually. But the standard edition has all 13 A Realm Reborn and Heavensward classes, which is actually pretty cool. That's a lot more than I expected because starter edition just comes with 4 of the classes, and I was like, I wonder if they're going to release more when they finally do the full edition. And I was like, maybe they'll add like 1 or 2 more. But I guess that was a little naive of me because they're like, nah, you can have all 13 up to Heavensward. So we'll get Dark Knight and Astrologian and all sorts of stuff like that, which is actually kind of awesome. And I'm excited for that. Which means that they're probably going to do a couple more expansions of it to do the other classes eventually. Which is cool. So yeah, I liked the starter edition. I thought it was pretty interesting. Definitely different than like 5e or stuff that we're more used to. And it's definitely sort of like more of a Japanese style TTRPG. In that it's less like, I don't know how to describe this, but like the West, like America had like sort of this um uh Critical Role revolution in TTRPGs, where Critical Role came out and everybody liked it a lot. And because it's so kind of drama centered and like stars voice actors and is very story centric, it kind of like shaped the way that TTRPGs are played here quite a bit. Whereas that kind of was obviously a much lesser effect in other countries. And so Japan kind of still has more like mechanic based TTRPGs, from what I understand at least. I'm not living there. They didn't quite have that same cultural revolution within TTRPGs. And so FF14 is a little more like that. That doesn't mean to say that there's no like RP or storytelling involved, because I mean the sky's the limit. You can do whatever you want. And there's stuff that's set up to facilitate that as well. But I'm speaking maybe purely on combat. It's definitely very like it's like the MMO. So if you enjoy the MMO, you'll see exactly what's going on here. But let's just take a look, shall we? Let's take a little peek. All right. Guess I don't need my pencil quite yet, unless I'm taking notes. All right. Okay. So TTRPG, Final Fantasy TTRPG. Now we've already gone through the rules. We might have to address some things as we go back to look at this, but I think for starters we're gonna look at this fate, which I actually kind of think is a little cute of them to do. They essentially released quote unquote DLC, like free little supplements, which is always nice. But they're referring to like the tiny little like mini encounters that they're releasing as fates, which I think is really cute and quite appropriate to matching the vibe of the game. So we'll just take a peek at this because I haven't actually looked at it yet. But it's cute that they give a little description of the quest in the little quest box. They do a lot of work in this to make sure it kind of matches the vibe, which I appreciate. It definitely helps make it feel like you're in FF14. And kind of encourages the DM to sort of, you know, keep things in line with FF14 as well. It certainly gives me that vibe. Anyways, so the little quest marker description that we get is a terrible monster known as Vodyanoi, living in the pools beneath the unholy air, has been seen dragging his victims into the water, where he lies upon them until they asphyxiate. Jeez. Really? You just get dragged into a pond by a giant frog, and then he just sits on you until you die? That's got to be like really high up there with like worst possible ways to die, right? Like unquestionably sat on by a big frog. One would think that the wavekin then eats his prey, but such is not the case, as the corpses are left to drift in the pools until they are consumed by jackals and carrion crows. Yeah, I think he probably grabs you with the... You've seen Back in a Realm Reborn, right? When the frogs are going around, and those giant toads, they grab you with that tongue attack, right? And they yank you to them. He probably does that. He yanks you, and then just drags you out of the water and sits on you. That's so brutal. Could it be that Vodyanoi kills merely for pleasure? That's so messed up. I'm here for it though. That's really funny. So I mean, this is kind of something that we do a little bit in 5e DMing anyway, where you just sort of like make an arena for your fight. But FF14 kind of the TTRPG kind of like embraces that like right off the bat. rather than just kind of like, here's a room and enemies exist in that room. It straight up goes like, here's your arena, when they're providing like template fights for you, which is what I would do anyways if I was like making my own. And so just kind of being like, yeah, here's the arena is I don't know, it's kind of nice. It's very well, it's very FF14. Plus the way that the mechanics work, there's a lot of interesting stuff you can do with the arena. I kind of do that already with lair actions in 5e. I kind of treat them like boss mechanics anyway, so it's stuff that I'm kind of already familiar with, but it's because I've already been taking stuff from 14 and putting it into 5e even before this RPG or this TTRPG even existed. So there's stuff that is familiar to my players, I guess, that they'll see in this. This fate can be used to craft a short but exciting adventure set in Central Thanalan. We love us some Central Thanalan. Hang on, should we get some Central Thanalan music so that we can feel immersed? Thanalan theme. This might be loud. Oh, no, it matched. It matched my volume. Perfect. Alright, here we go. Thanalan theme to the sun. Let's get nice and immersed. Alternatively, you can use it as an additional encounter in any scenario set in Central Thanalan. Of course, we are not limited by that. We can put it anywhere. For example, if you're playing this thing from the starter set, you can have them stumble upon it here. So they even give a little suggestion of like, hey, here's how you could work this into an existing thing we gave you, which is, you know, nice touch. You win by killing the monster. There's toxic toads and Vodyanoi. If the party attempts this fate too early, that's actually kind of cute. Hey, if they go here a little too early, dude, like just make it slightly easier on them. Anyways, so something that's interesting, and I kind of do this in my notes already, but I've not actually seen it too much in at least in 5e specific stuff. I've not seen it sort of written down in stat blocks, but they actually give like advice on turn order stuff in the rule set. And so you can kind of see here that they'll give like advice on how to use certain moves to get certain effects in the fight, which I actually think is nice because it's stuff that I plan anyway. So having little bits of like advice for the DM is a nice touch. I always like in the margins of my stat blocks when I'm homebrewing monsters and boss fights, I'm always writing down like, okay, turn 1 he's going to do this, turn 3 he's going to do that. If it's like a mechanic that I know is kind of rigid in the fight, a lot of times you're adapting as the DM, and you're sort of going, well, maybe he'll use this turn, maybe he'll use that. But if there's mechanics that I know I want to happen, like if I know that I want this to happen and then that changes this part of the fight and then that changes that part of the fight, then I write it down in the notes of my monster so that I can remember when we're actually doing the fight. Because I make monster encounters sometimes like weeks and weeks before the party even reaches that, so it's good to have notes. And so you've got like, you know, sticky tongue, hey, target a random person if the tank has enmity. So there is enmity generation if you're playing as a tank, in which case monsters will be attacking you more frequently. It does labored leap, which is just like an AoE, which is fun. All of this stuff should be pretty familiar, to be honest. For those of you who've bought a Gigantoad. See, it gives like sort of outlines of tactics, which isn't necessary because you could figure it out yourself, and you can totally, you know, ignore it. But it's kind of nice. They something else that they do that they don't always do in other TTRPGs is that they just straight up work phase 2s into the encounter. They're like, yeah, there's phase 2s. And I do that already on bosses, but it's nice to just like have them be considering that in the the fight design from the get-go. So let's take a look at its actual stat block, shall we? Zoom out a little bit. I don't know what's going on with the very laggy today. I don't know why. Something about these PDFs, it doesn't like it. If I had these downloaded, it would be faster, but I'm looking at them online just so that I could easily swap between stuff, and very, very laggy today. So as we said last time, there's sort of two ACs, if you will. I'm using 5e as a reference because most people know 5e quite well, so I find that that's the easiest way to reference it, but there is quite a few distinctions. This is not a 5e clone at all, so don't get that impression. I'm just using that as reference to help people understand mechanics a little easier. So you have sort of two ACs. You have a magic AC and a defense, like a normal physical one, and so different attacks will deal different types of damage, and so it lets bosses be vulnerable to like different things a little differently, which is interesting. It's got an enrage. For the second phase, it starts hitting harder. It's got sticky tongue, which does exactly what it should do. It targets a random creature, but if the tank has enmity, it'll hit them. And then deals 2 damage and yanks them right towards. Which is perfect. Love a good get over here type move. Then it's got just a standard attack, single target, and then it's got an AoE. Very nice. And then, is this modifiers? What's this up here? What are we looking at? Man, it is laggy. What the heck? I scrolled like a... You hate this? When can you play? I do eventually want to run something in this system. And if I'm picking players for it, I will pick players who are familiar with FF14. Otherwise, I feel like all the little references I put will be completely lost on them. Also, being familiar with FF14 makes this rule set so much more streamlined. If you were like completely unfamiliar with FF14, it'd be a little harder to pick up. But the fact that like if you're even familiar with like A Realm Reborn, you'll be like, oh, okay, I see how this works. Yeah, man, what the hell is this? This is so laggy. I can't even scroll. This is so strange. Been like 80 hours, not much. Yeah, that as far as FF14 goes, I guess, yeah, that's not much. Because most of us, our time counter has stopped counting in hours and has started counting in days. Is this the phase 2? Oh, this is the Toxic Toad, I bet. You got Vodunoi, and then these are the Toxic. Yeah, there we go. So these are like the ads. And they've got similar moves. They just deal less damage. How many days do you have? We can actually check that today if you want, because we're going to go into FF14 in a sec. But, okay, so that's the fate. It's just like a little encounter. Kind of cute to just like give those out as fates. I like it. But let's take a look. The real reason I wanted to do this is because I wanted to look at the Bard. So this was just like another little free DLC. They were like, here you go. Because the starter edition contained Warrior, Dragoon, Black Mage, and White Mage as the starter edition classes. And the standard edition that's coming out in like February of next year, I think, is going to be all 13 classes from A Realm Reborn and Heavensward, which is quite a few. And so they just were like, here's Bard, which is cool. So we're going to take a look at this. I've not seen it yet, so we're just going to take a look. But I imagine Bard mains in the chat will be familiar with a lot of the moves, because they've done quite a lot of work to make it quite accurate to the game. At least for all the other classes they did. As a bard, your songs resound across the battlefield, inspiring your allies and bolstering their courage. Like other physical range DPS jobs, you have a multitude of abilities that can damage or otherwise hamper your foes. On your turn, you got... So this is just like giving you a little brief, hey, here's how you can play this class if you're not familiar. On your turn, you can make use of your Arrow Volley trait to attack not once but twice. Interesting. And potentially even 3 times if you use Barrage in tandem with it. Venomous Bite plus Wind Bite inflicts a dot, while Straight Shot is just your standard damage. But you can only use it while Straight Shot ready. Now that's some bar stuff right there. You gotta be Straight Shot ready. We know all about Straight Shot ready. But what sets you apart from other projectile slingers is your capacity for empowering your party through song. When you use a song ability such as Mage's Ballad, it grants you a Bard Song enhancement that the entire party benefits from. You gain access to an additional song ability at level 40. So again, just to clarify for those who didn't catch the other stream, levels in this are on your capstone instead of like starting at level 1, level 2, level 3. Instead, it starts on capstones. So it actually starts at level 30 and then you go up to 40, 50, and so on. So you gain skills as you go up to those capstones, but it actually skips all the levels in between. It's just to make it more accurate to FF14. It essentially works the same way that like a level 1, 2, 3, 4 system would work. Allowing you more freedom to choose the right song for the right occasion. So at level, once you go beyond your first level, you can pick if you want Mage's Ballad or Army's Peon. Take care to remind your it's like, hey, remind your party what your songs do, because they're gonna forget, dude. Which is true. That's true for F14 as well. Typically, you'll want to use a song ability before performing a primary action. However, if you want to take the advantage of the Bard Song enhancement granted on your previous turn, you can perform a primary action first, reaping the benefits of the enhancement a second time before using a new song. Ooh, that's interesting. So you can decide if you want to play your song first to get the effect of your old turn, or if you want to switch the effect and play the song first. That's actually kind of interesting, like mechanically, because your song would last until you cast a new one. So if you play your song first, then you get your attacks will have the song's effect, but if you attack first, then they'll have the old one, so you can try to swap in and out of them like that, which is intriguing. Okay, let's take a look at the actual level 30 character sheet. We're going to zoom in, just so that you guys can see a little better on stream. So again, this is just the level 30, so this is like your base level bard. They kind of skip the first 30 levels because they don't want you to just have one attack. They start you at level 30 so that you got some stuff to chew on. So obviously very dex based, with a little bit of magic as well. Makes perfect sense. Same speed as everybody else. They're actually balanced on magic and physical defense, which the other classes are not. The other classes are balanced towards one or the other, with Black Mage and White Mage being magic defense heavy, and Warrior and Dragoon being physical defense heavy. So they're actually balanced equally. Neither is particularly high, but also not particularly low, which again makes sense. They get 2 MP back at the end of every turn, which is par for the course for all the other classes, except for Black Mage, which can do their modifications to get even more mana. 24 HP, pretty standard. They also have this barrier thing, and not many classes use barrier quite yet. I think Warrior uses it a tiny bit, but I imagine when they get the shield healers in, like Scholar, that'll become more of a thing. Okay, so these are traits. These are just things that your character kind of has as passives, and they explain some of your mechanics, so that you can reference them. Get a song going. Like I said last time, the way that the general turn order works is all the party goes, then all of the enemies go, and then you revert back. Which is a system designed to do the thing that I already do, which is where you have the mechanic happen at the top of the turn, and then everybody in the party gets to move, and then you have the mechanic go off at the end of the turn order, so that everybody in the party actually gets a chance to react to the mechanic. That's something that I kind of already work in, but this is a system designed around the party goes, and then the enemies will do a mechanic during their turn, and then by the time it happens, the entire party will have gone again, which makes sense, especially for the kinds of mechanics that they get into. It's very FF14 style mechanics with AoEs on the ground and knockback markers and stack markers and all sorts of stuff like that. So it makes sense why they do it like that. It's why I do it like that, because I use FF14 stack markers and stuff. So, anyways, so on your turn, after resolving the effects of an ability that enables this trait, so certain things will proc, kind of like how in Bard, certain skills you have will proc your straight shot ready and stuff like that, right? So listed under some of your abilities, there'll be things that might proc certain traits that you have. So certain skills will proc arrow volley, in which case you can use another thing that uses volley. So sometimes you might be able to attack multiple times, is what it's saying. And you can choose a different target. You can swap to a new target to attack again. But you can only arrow volley once per turn. You can't just infinitely attack. While under the effect of a Bard Song enhancement, so that'll be any of your songs. So Mage's Ballad or Army's Peon. So while under effect of your songs, all allies get benefit. So they didn't do a range because they figure that that's not really the range of it would not play into the size of the encounters, which makes sense for the style that this game is. It makes sense. Just applies to the whole party, because there's really not many instances where you'd spread the party out that much in this kind of thing. So it makes sense to kind of not bother with a thing like that. Plus, you know, if you're the DM, I imagine they trust you as the DM to be like, no, you're on the other side of the country. You can't hear the Bard song. So they understand that. So while you're under it, everybody gets it. The enhancements are removed at the end of your next turn, or if you get a new one. So it would basically, you play it on your turn, right? Play it on your turn, and then it lasts for everybody else's turn. Your Bard song is so powerful that it can be heard around the world. Well, suppose if you had a Link Pearl and you played it through it, that might work. So it lasts all the way so that everybody in your party gets to benefit from it, and then it reaches you, and if you attack first, it benefits you too, unless you cast a new song first. So it's basically like a full turn, including yourself, which is interesting. While under the effect, okay, so this is Mage's Ballad. So right now at level 30, we only have Mage's Ballad, and this is explaining Mage's Ballad. While under the effect of Mage's Ballad, all allies can reroll a single die. So this is very Bard-like, giving, rerolls. Kind of Bardic Inspiration-esque. When determining the amount of damage dealt. So if you roll low on your damage dealt, which again, you're not rolling to hit ever in this. So you're always dealing damage. So this is a little more potent. Because every single turn you will be dealing damage. So that's why it's not a Bardic where you'd roll and modify the to hit. It's because there are no to hit rolls. So you can reroll your damage. Any die rolled in this way can't be rerolled again, and you have to use it. So if you roll low, you can be like, I want to use Mage's Ballad to reroll, and try to deal more damage. Which that's pretty potent, to be honest. That's very useful from what I've seen of the rest of the rule set. That's quite useful, because since you're dealing damage every turn, it always sucks to roll a 1 and like lowball your damage. So having a mage in the or a mage's ballad on the whole party is actually pretty sick. And just being able to go, no, I'm rerolling that. So we do have a limit break. Now limit breaks are like kind of, you get 1 for the fight, and the DM decides if the fight is like important enough. Like if you're just fighting 3 goblins, it might not be a limit break fight. But if, you know, you're fighting your final boss, then the DM will be like, okay, so you guys have a limit break this fight. And it also, in the rule set, it encourages the DM to be like, hey, like if something crazy happens in the story, like some character rushes in to save the day or something like that, like feel free to like grant them the limit break, almost like you might grant inspiration. Like, you know, for important like story moments, essentially. So I imagine this is going to be a AoE limit break, which it seems to be. So all enemies within range, it's a 5x infinite. Oh, it's it's an infinite straight line. You can go all the way around the world with it. It's so funny because when I read stuff like this, I'm always, my brain is always going to like, in 5e, if they release some shit like this, you would have like 17,000 like rules lawyers being like, so I can shoot this thing all around the entire world then, DM? Can I fire my arrows and kill the enemy in a different country? And the DM would just roll their eyes and be like, of course not. And so in 5e, we're so used to like everybody always having to be like, no, you have to very clearly define every single rule so that your players don't abuse every single little thing. But here they're just like, no, fuck it, it's infinite, man. You're smart enough to know that this is not to be used to snipe the bad guy from a different continent. You're smart enough, right? You're smart enough to say, no, we trust you. Okay, it's infinite. Go ahead. Which is almost a little refreshing, to be honest. that they're just so like, we know you know. Come on. You can handle the rules lawyers yourself. They don't need to clearly define everything. But yeah, so it's like a straight line attack. And does 66 divided evenly amongst all targets. That's actually interesting. So it actually can be used a little bit more flexibly. So if you had a bunch of enemies in a line, you could just try to deal like less damage to all of them. But if it's a single target, it doesn't lose its potency. It's not 1d6 to each creature in the line. It is 66 divided evenly amongst everybody. So if it's a single target, you can nuke them. But if it's a bunch of enemies, you can kind of scatter a bunch of damage across them all. Actually kind of neat that you can sort of spread that. That's pretty useful. Gives it a bit more flexibility so that it doesn't feel like it loses potency if the encounters against like a single enemy, which most boss battles tend to be. It's like when you're doing a trial in FF14, you as the dancer or the bard or whatever, you'll never use your limit break 3 because we don't need it. We want the reapers and the dragoons to use it and the samurai because they're doing higher single target damage, right? Or we want to save it for a mechanic with the tank, or we want to save it for an emergency with the healers, right? But bards basically never get to use limit break 3 unless you're running through a dungeon and the tank wants to kill some ads a little faster, but that'd be a different limit break. So it's kind of neat to have it be pivoted a little bit so that it still deals some decent damage to a single target. Kind of nice. Means they get to use it more often. Anyways, let's start looking at, so the primary and secondary abilities are a little bit like your action bonus action, to give it a comparison to help you understand. You can do your primary stuff and your secondary stuff, and that's kind of your turn. So you'll always get to do like multiple things on your turn, which is a little nice. Means that you'll always feel like you're doing a lot on your turn. So heavy shot, that's our standard damage. Range is 10 squares, which they measure stuff in squares instead of like feet. So that's quite a few. That's quite a distance. If you compare it to like 10 squares of D&D, which is, you know, quite a few feet. So as you can see here, there's like a D20 plus 4. Those are not, and it's targeting physical defense, obviously, because it's a normal arrow. I just want to reference something for a second. Just wanted to see the other skill. Just so that I don't explain something wrong, that's all. I'm just checking for them. Since I haven't had a chance to look at this and work it out, I have to do it on the spot. Okay, so these D20 plus 4s, that's not like your to hit roll like you'd do in 5e. You roll those anyway, but you automatically hit. So you're always doing this part by default. So you'll deal 2 damage, and you will enable an arrow volley. So if you want to attack again, you can. Anything that has the volley effect can attack again. But if so the reason why you roll that D20 is because other stuff can proc off of it. So essentially a direct hit means that you beat their AC. You deal 2 damage even if you miss, right? So you're always dealing damage and having something happen. But if you beat the AC, then you get an additional effect, which is what I was saying before, how you always hit. You don't have to actually roll to hit. You will always do something. You'll always deal something. But if you actually manage to beat their AC, which is a direct hit, then you get your additional damage. Now this one has an additional thing where if you not only, like, this is independent of it, but if you beat a 15 as well, then you get straight shot ready. So it is a bit of like a random chance, like playing Bard, to grant yourself straight shot ready. But that doesn't mean that you can't still attack twice, even if you miss that, because you're getting arrow volley. So this is just explaining that you can't use any blank ready attacks unless you have that. So if you got straight shot ready, if you roll, right? So let's say we're attacking an enemy, we roll and we get a 15, and that does beat their defense. Then we direct hit and we deal 2 plus 1d6, plus we get straight shot ready, which means that now it's a volley skill save. And so we can just immediately go into this because we used a different volley skill and they proc into each other. So that means we can combo in and on our same turn use another primary skill, which we normally wouldn't be able to do. So we straight shot readied and we went boom right into this. And so we could just deal this one and deal more damage, but we would roll again and potentially deal 3 plus 2d6 if we hit again. And so, you know, fairly potent single target damage. But alternatively, we might at the top of an encounter want to start putting some dots on people. And this is familiar for those who play Bard, right? At the start, when you're starting to fight a monster at the top of the boss, right? You want to get your damage over time procced on them so that it's dealing that damage as you do the rest of your rotation, right? And you kind of want to keep that up. Now it's a little easier to keep stuff up because they kind of last a lot longer, and this is a TTRPG, so turns tend to be longer than just like, you know, seconds, right? And so you'll basically get to keep this dot up the entire time without having to refresh it. But you could apply it to other targets instead, which is, you know, because of the way that the turn order works, that's what you'd be focusing on rather than keeping it up. So dot 4, when you read a little thing in brackets next to a dot, that is how much damage it deals each turn on top of what you're already doing with your other stuff. So it just procs off of that every time it reaches the enemy's turn. Yeah, you don't have to worry about Iron Jaw. That's exactly. So on top of that, this will deal. So this is a pretty potent dot when you compare it to like Thunder and stuff, and the White Mage's one. This is actually a little more potent. Because it's combining Venomous Bite and Wind Bite, which are 2 separate dots that you'd have to be applying. It just put them into one, which is kind of nice. You don't have to worry about the 2 separate ones. You just do this and it applies both of them. So they'd be kind of each a 2, and it combines them into a 4 dot. So every turn, you probably use this at the beginning of the encounter, right? You place this on the enemy, and if you beat their AC, you'd actually deal a little bit of extra damage as well. You get a little proc of extra damage. Just for that turn, I mean, upon using the skill. But then for every turn after that, the enemy will be taking an additional 4 damage on top of all the other stuff you do on your turn. So you could be doing 3 plus 2d6 plus 2 plus 1d6 and that additional 4. So you could get pretty potent with your damage over time. And this is just level 30. So you could kind of start to delete some enemies. Now next we've got as another primary skill. Now this is not a volley one, so you couldn't combo this on your turn. If you use this one, that'd be the end of your turn. Similar to this one. They're not volleys. If you use this, well, it wouldn't be the end of your turn, but it'd be the end of your primary action. So basically, if you have a single target you're trying to deal damage to, you would do heavy into straight shot. If you can't do straight shot, then you just do heavy into potentially heavy. I haven't hammered it out how it works, but you would do heavy into maybe one of your secondaries if there's another one, but maybe not. You might just do heavy if you don't get your straight shot ready. Hang on, let me get back here. I don't see anything that says that you wouldn't be able to do that. So it seems like you go heavy if you're just trying to deal single target damage, and then heavy straight shot if you get the proc, because straight shot does more damage. And then you'd be alternating in trying to get your dot onto people. So if there's more than one target, you might want to place dots on each of them so that they're all ticking down damage. Very useful. And then quick knock would be your AoE. So all of the enemies within the range, and it's a 3x3 close target. So this is like your shotgun blast of arrows. And so you would just by default deal 2 damage to all of them. But if you direct hit, aka you beat their ACs, then you would get an extra. So this is like doing a heavy shot up here. It's like doing that to a bunch of close range targets. So if a bunch of people ran up to target you, like a bunch of ads ran in and started attacking the bard, you could kind of shotgun blast them all. So it's a 3x3 kind of square that's adjacent to you, so it's got to be close range. Then let's get into secondary stuff. So you could use this on top of your other stuff before or after on your turn. You could use these. So you have your Raging Strikes, which would make anything you do, any of your primary things, deal an extra 2 damage. So that's just free damage. But you can basically only use that twice per phase. So if the boss has multiple phases, you'd get these skills back. But if it's just a one phase encounter but against a couple of goblins, this would be like a once per encounter type thing. Because rather than using like spell slots that are like on like a in-game day type thing, they just use like individual encounter stuff. Which means that you can kind of hit the party a little harder because you don't have to worry as much about attrition as the DM. And so that means you can kind of challenge them a little bit more with the encounters. Like, you don't have to worry about, oh, but then there's that encounter later on the same day and they might not have enough spell slots. So you can smack them a little harder. And make kind of more involved encounters. Which, to be honest, I've been kind of doing that anyways. Like back in the day, and according to like the rules as written, or like at least the guidelines for DMs, they were always in 5e, or not 5e, but like Dungeons and Dragons. They were always like, your party should be having like something like 8 encounters per day, and it's like, who the fuck does that? What? No? Huh? What? No, we don't. No, I don't know any DM that does that. So yeah, I tend to do like, you know, like 1 or 2. If it's a big one, we'll just do 1, let them rest. Maybe 2 or 3, depending. If they're in a dungeon, maybe like 2-ish, 3-ish, you know? Maybe 2 plus like a thing that can hurt them that's like a puzzle. You know. Try to not fill the day with like all these encounters that don't mean anything. It's not like, okay, and then you fight 4 goblins, and then you fight 5 goblins, and then you fight a goblin mage plus 3 normal goblins, and then you fight a goblin boss plus 3 goblins. I'd rather just do like 1 good goblin fight, you know? I tend to like go for quality over quantity in terms of encounters. I want each of them to feel like a different fight, you know, not just like, okay, and then we swing at the monsters until they die, and then we swing at the monsters until they die. Try to like, you know, put mechanics into everything. And I feel like I do that with this system too. Especially because this system is kind of built around AoEs, and I like me some AoEs. Anyways. So yeah, if you just needed like, okay, we really need to kill this enemy, let's just deal some damage. You'd pop this, right, at the top of your turn. And then if you wanted to like, maybe you could use it to boost quick knock, right? Okay, I need to kill these ads fast. Then you could pop your raging strikes to deal an extra 2 damage, and then by default you'd be dealing 4 damage to everything, plus a d6 on top of that to all the enemies if you manage to roll high, right? So like that's just your like, I need a little bit more damage. I need to do a little burst phase, you know? Then we've got Mage's Ballad. And so you would just pop this on, and so actually this actually deals a bit of damage too. It's a shot that you fire at an enemy, and it also deals some damage. And it restores a blood letter. Interesting. That's pretty neat. I like that. And so a Mage's Ballad was explained earlier, but that is basically letting everybody reroll their damage, which is pretty useful. And so when you're early on, you don't really have a lot of like options. But once you level up, you'll get the other songs, so you'll be able to be doing more songs in combat. Now I'm assuming this is referring over here. Yeah, to foot graze. Okay. So these are your instant abilities. And they're basically like your reactions in 5e, to give a comparison. They can be used when it's not your turn. So if it's a party member's turn, you can kind of go, hey, I want to use this quickly. Or if it's the enemy's turn, you can be like, hey, actually, can I do this? These are your interruptions, essentially. So long as they align with the trigger given. And so, for example, leg graze is your kind of your stun, your debuff. And so when an enemy makes an ability check, so basically if they're rolling that thing to see if they do the direct hit to deal more damage, you would use leg graze, and you'd fire your little arrow at them, hit them in the kneecap, and it would reduce that by a d6. So this is like almost like an inverted bardic inspiration that you're using on an enemy. It's a little bit like some of the like divination wizard stuff, or even kind of the cosmic omens that star druids can do. You're basically pointing at a guy and being like, I want him to roll worse. Useful. Then of course you got your second wind when you need that little extra HP and the healer is busy or dead. you just pop your heal. Then foot graze is basically if an enemy tries to move, you pop this, and if you hit them, if you miss, so this is again you're rolling, so this is one that can actually miss. So if you hit them, then they have to stand still. So if somebody's trying to go after your healer or something, you can go no, and hit them with foot graze and like root them to the spot, which is actually pretty useful. It gives you some versatility. If someone's trying to move around, stop them from doing so. Bloodletter is actually that's actually pretty interesting. Hang on. So this is just like an interrupt attack. None of the other classes have that really, except for I think maybe does Scathe do that? When anybody finishes their turn, you can just pile on some extra damage. So if your party member hits an enemy and they don't quite kill them, you go, I use Bloodletter and I fire an arrow at that enemy. Like if they're like, oh, I just came shy, the enemy has like 2 health left, you can go, no they don't, and you can pop a little arrow at them and hit them. That's actually super useful for like wiping up low health like ads and stuff like that. And you get 2 per phase, but when you use your mage thing, when you use Mage's Ballad, you get 1 back, so you technically have 3 per phase, which makes that like genuinely you could use that quite often. Anytime an enemy has like low damage or something, or like low health or something like that, if your party member doesn't finish an enemy off and you know you can deal some extra damage, you just pop in an extra Bloodletter. That's actually genuinely really fun. Hey, can I pile on? You just get to join the dog pile. Your warrior is like beating on some enemy, but they can't kill them, and you go, hey, let me help. And you just throw a Bloodletter on them. That's actually really cute. I like it. And of course, it wouldn't be Bard if we didn't get Repelling Shot, everybody's favorite. So basically you use this when anybody finishes their turn, even enemies, and just immediately move 3 squares. So that's kind of like just a little bit less than your normal movement would be, but it's basically like you've taken a little back step. So if enemies kind of ran up on you, you could quickly hop back and run away. Or if you needed to reposition for an AoE mechanic, you could pop this and jump out of the AoE with 3 squares. That'd be more than enough to dodge most mechanics. So it has to be a retreat, which is interesting. Head graze is when an enemy is within 10 squares, so basically pretty wide range. Uses an invoked ability. Interesting. So invoked implies that it's magic in this rule set. Certain things that characters and enemies will use are invoked, and that means that there's sort of like a cast spell. So this would be like the cast bar flashing, essentially. If they use an invoked ability, you can interrupt, essentially, and negate it. So this is your straight up interrupt, like you have in FF14. Certain skills that enemies use, you would go, nope, I don't want that. So if they're trying to cast an AoE on your tank or something like that, you could interrupt it. Which is, yeah, again, useful. I think the other DPSs had that. We'll just quickly take a peek at what the additional levels add. Because again, that's your base level bard. This is your starter bard, which already has quite a lot of stuff to do. And would feel quite satisfying to play, I can tell. Because I've tried out all the other ones in just like kind of test encounters, playing like every class myself. And they were all individually quite fun, and they all felt different, and they all also felt like playing FF14. And you can tell that this one will be the same. It's got all the same stuff that you'd want. So when we move up to level 40, we gain some additional stuff. So we still got our heavy shot. Obviously you get more health, and stuff like that. But straight shot seems the same. So does heavy. So heavy into straight, that's the same. But the fact that arrow volley is enabled on straight shot as well, actually now that I'm thinking about it, means that if you used heavy shot once, then volleyed into it on the same turn and got straight shot ready on your second one, obviously you can't go again that turn, right? You can't straight shot again. You can't go to straight shot because you've already done 2 things and your volleys run out, right? But you could do it, you could save it for your next turn. And so you could start your turn with this and then arrow volley back into heavy shot to try to get another one for your next turn. So you don't waste it if you get it on the second one. You keep your straight shot ready and then start your turn with straight shot and then go back in because they're both volley granting, right? So that means you're never wasting any straight shots, which is how it works in FF14 as well. So we still got our dot, it works the same. We've still got quick knock, it works the same, but we get another primary skill that basically immediately gives us straight shot ready. So we could basically do barrage and immediately use this, and then, or immediately use this. So, okay, interesting. So arrow volley can be used twice. So we could theoretically barrage first on our turn, right? Let me zoom in a little bit. We could theoretically barrage first, then use the straight shot it grants us because that's a volley skill, right? And it grants volley, so we could go right back in. So barrage doesn't count as a part of the chain. So we would go basically straight shot with the proc that we were just granted, go back into this, and then if we got another straight shot on this, we would volley into this, right? And then go right back into straight heavy shot again. So you could technically do 3 attacks, right? All in one turn. But if you didn't get your straight shot off of this one, then you just do it again until you got your straight shot, because you can volley back into the same thing. And so you'd proc off of that when you can, and it would work. It works exactly like Bard does, where if you got your straight shot, use it, because you don't use heavy shot if you've already got a straight shot ready, right? It works exactly the same, which always makes me happy to see that they've made it so faithful. Fun. I like it. We still got our same secondaries. So basically, when you get to your second level as Bard, you get the ability to use barrage when you need some burst damage to go into like heavy single target damage for a turn, which is cool. Your dot works the same. You've got your Raging Strikes, you've got your Mage's Ballad, but you also have another song. So it's not like you have a 1 song slot and you have to choose between them. You get your other songs, and these are once per phase. So you've got 2 more songs. Well, technically Warden's Beyond, but I don't think that works the same. So you got two different songs that you choose between, and you get to use them both. So you could use one turn, and then when this runs out, use the other one. You don't have to choose between them. You just have to choose which one you want to do first, on which turn. So we got Mage's Ballad and we've got Army's Peon, but we'll read Warden's Peon as well. So while we're under, so Mage's Ballad again was the reroll on the damage die, but this one, is rerolling any botched ability rolls. So instead of rolling your damage again, you're rolling your direct hit again. And so if you botch your direct hit, you can reroll it if you get a 3 or lower. So anytime you're like really rolling poorly, you can fix that while you have armies beyond up, which is again quite useful. And then last we have wardens. So when you're under the effect of wardens, remove the next enfeeblement. Some enfeeblements can't, like certain special mechanics they're saying right here, certain special, hey, DM wants this mechanic to happen, can't be removed with your Asana. So basically you pop this on your party when you want to protect them from poison. So let's say you know that the enemy does like a poison attack that they're charging up. You could pop this on your buddies and get rid of it across the whole party. Quite useful. Well, maybe not the whole party, but you could get rid of it off of that person. So this is like this is letting you exactly how it works in FF14. This is letting you help the healer with removing conditions. So if the tank gets poisoned and the healer needs to spend their turn not casting Esuna, they need to do something else, then you go, I got it, and you cast your wardens and protect them. And then let's look at the last level. For now, obviously. There'll be more later, but this is, they go to 50 in the starter edition, so they did that here too. But I think the standard edition will go higher. So we get more health. Our defense goes up a little bit. Our skills get a little better. So you know we're gaining stuff. Just kind of stat block wise, but wardens, armies, mages, and same stuff there. Same stuff there. Oh, we get battle voice this level. Okay. So that's the major changes. We're gonna get battle voice. But other than that, seems like it works the same. But of course the base damage is going up, so you're gonna be dealing more damage at these levels to be a bit more potent. The potency of your base effects go up. So that you're keeping in pace with the enemies. Ooh, Venomous and Windbite become a .6. That's actually pretty good. That's easily the highest dot in the game right now. .6 is quite good. Plus you get to the chance to deal actually even more damage with just the proc or just the attack itself. If you direct hit, which is good. Barrage works the same stuff here. But your bloodletters now share with Reign of Death. Interesting. These work the same, except they deal a little more damage. Your Raging Strike deals additional damage. Okay. So what you're gaining at this level 50, is Reign of Death and Battle Voice. But Reign of Death shares your resources of Bloodletter. Which again, same as the actual MMO. And Mage's Ballad, when you use it, restores your Bloodletter and Reign of Death. So basically, they're the same resource, like a spell slot might be. So Bloodletter is 5 damage to a single target when it's not your turn. So that's your pick somebody off. But you get a version of it, Reign of Death, that does less damage, but is a 5x5 within range. So you can target a 5x5 spot and do an AoE on them. So now you can pivot. If it's single target, right? If you're just fighting one boss, you'd be using your Bloodletters. But if you're fighting a bunch of like weaker enemies or a bunch of ads come in, you can swap over to Reign of Death and do an AoE, a fairly large AoE, for less damage but hitting everybody. And that is free damage. You don't have to roll that. So that's just free damage to those targets. So these are really useful, quite potent abilities. But you definitely want to make sure that you use them before doing Mage's Ballad, because otherwise you wouldn't restore one if you had them all still full, right? You'd want to use at least one of them before casting Mage's Ballad. So it might be better to start with the other ones, right? Start with Army's Peon. And then do some stuff. Maybe get in a Bloodletter or a Rain of Death. And then cast Mage's Ballad once this one's already worn off. Makes sense. But yeah, I mean, it looks fun. It's definitely the same as the other classes in that they match the existing game, and you can kind of make sense of how the sort of turn rotation would work. So yeah, it fits right in, and it feels like it'd be fun to play. Yep. So that's Bard. I think it looks fun, especially since that's only level 50. And we know it'll be going higher than that. So you'll get a lot more versatility and options to work into your skill set. But anyways, shall we do the actual meat of the stream now? Maybe we'll take a quick, I'll go run and grab some water before we start that. We'll do the actual, meat of the stream now. But I'll be right back. Just 1 second. All right, I'm back. Now, so for the rest of the stream, we're gonna go take a look in Final Fantasy XIV itself. We're gonna go wander around some of the early areas. There won't be any Dawn Trail spoilers or anything like that. I'm literally right now I'm leaving a Dawn Trail area so that you guys don't get any spoilers. We're just gonna go around a Realm Reborn. And we're gonna look for some areas that we think could make good TTRPG maps, top down. And we're gonna try to piece together a bit of a story. So if you have any ideas, please let me know. Now the way that the existing kind of books that they provided for the TTRPG work is that they kind of have them going adjacent to real events in the story of the MMO. so that you don't like interfere with the actual game's plot. Start in Limsa, shall we? But we can just do our own thing. We're not gonna I feel like when I write stuff I won't interfere with the plot either. Like the book itself encourages you to be like, don't make warriors of light. Just make characters. Don't make warrior of light. Which I actually like. I approve of that. Slash playtime, is that it? Okay. All right, we're outside of the Doncho zone, so we can go into FF14 now. Let me pause this. All right, here we are, Limsa Lominsa. Let's check my playtime, shall we? Okay, my FF14 playtime is 284 days and 33 minutes. So, a lot. All right, let's wander around. So I've already I put some thought into it, and I think I want, if we're gonna do like a little kind of mini story, again, not like a one shot, but not like a full like 40 session campaign. If we're gonna do like a little kind of short thing, you know, kind of enough to give like one encounter at each level or something like that. A nice little self-contained story. I feel like I want to do Costa del Sol. I feel like we got to include Costa del Sol, but written into the books, the books are just straight up like, yeah, we know that like Aetherites are a thing in this world, so like just teleport around. Like if your party if your party reasonably have been to an area before, just let them teleport to the Aetherite. So like, you know, we can kind of hop around a little bit. So I was thinking we'd do at least a map in Limsa, and then maybe a map in Costa del Sol or two, maybe like an encounter in Costa del Sol. But I was thinking, now this is Charlemagne's bias is showing a little bit, but I was thinking maybe we'd tie it to the Culinarian Guild. Because I like me some Culinarians. So I was thinking, I already kind of put a little bit of thought into it, and you'll see. But I was thinking the Bismarck as one of the maps. But I was trying to think of like where else could we do. We could do like Drowning Wench maybe, as like a place to be, and then maybe like a map on the docks or something like that. Would be interesting. We'll run through so we're trying to look for stuff that we can represent accurately but also interestingly, because sometimes, you know, it's not the most interesting thing in the world to just be like a big circle on the ground. It looks good from this perspective, but when you turn it up like that, it's kind of just like, okay, that's a circle. It's fine, but it's not like, you know, doesn't give like interesting environment necessarily. So we're gonna roll around to here and see if there's anything we can do in the Adventurers Guild. So we could maybe shrink it slightly so that there's not as much empty space, because you want empty space when it's an MMO, but you want that maybe less so. But we could do something like this, kind of fill maybe some extra tables, get some tiles going. The tiles might be hard. Tiles might be hard to represent in Incarnate. I tried the Bismarck, and it actually looked good. And I've also tried Costa del Sol, and that looked good too. So we're gonna try to find some like kind of tangential locations that would also work. Like we can't just do like Holloway, you know? Not quite what we're looking for. But we could maybe do like some docks. Maybe down by like the Fisherman's Guild. Would be nice. But I've kind of done like a little cross section of the Bismarck. And that turned out pretty nice. It's kind of this section here. So we got a bit of a top down of this. I had to remove the sails obviously, because you can't really do that in a top down thing. Plus a bit of the interior here. So we've got kind of like a bit of both. It looks pretty good. So we will we'll probably tie in the Culinarian Guild, right? And so there'll be maybe someone who's trying to, like, you know, someone who's affiliated with the Culinarians Guild. That'll be like our quest giver. And then maybe we'll go down to like Fisherman's Bottom. Or maybe we could do something with like the Rogues Guild. Could be interesting as well. Maybe they stole something. Then we gotta go to Costa del Sol to do something. We could like do... I mean, so these would work. We could also do the docks over here. These ferry docks as well. I've also thought about maybe doing like a ship, but the 14 ships are so specific that it might be kind of hard to get the right silhouette. We could try, but like the Astalicia here is... I'll show you. Up above the decks. You guys know you could go in here? Have you ever gone in here before, guys? You can just run around. See how they have so many like specific patterns on them? We would have to try to like really get the right vibe. It doesn't need to be one-to-one, but it might be hard to get that vibe. You'd have to like create these little like iron panels there, right? Yeah, you can go all the way up onto the bowsprit here and take a good look at Fisherman's Bottom. So definitely I've got the white brick down pretty good, and I kind of understand how to do the wood plus the metal, which is a very like signature thing of Limsa. And I think I figured out how to do like entrances. Let me go over here. I'm doing this blind because I currently can't see this monitor. Let's do it with the stream. Here. Where's my mouse? Can I see where my mouse is? I can't see it. There it is. Okay, let's do this blind. Ready? The tab. Oh! Dead on. Here, let's take a peek. See? This is the Bismarck. Does it give you the Limsa vibe? How well am I doing? Give me a ranking. Am I capturing Limsa? I think it looks pretty good. Very Limsa? Thank you. Okay, good. See, we got the white rock, we got the kind of like stone steps that sort of like are like kind of curved and go across thing. We got the big like kind of stone formations that the buildings are inside of. Rather than just being like a square thing, they're all built into like the columns, right? And so I kind of blended that in. The red and the white and the sort of like faded, sort of darker brown with the iron, the dark kind of black iron. I think it's pretty good, right? I think we're doing okay. And then we got sort of a Costa del Sol vibe here, right? Now this one is hard to do accurately. This is an actual section of the place, but I had to remove a lot of like obviously the stuff that covers everything. There's a lot of like umbrellas and stuff that add to the atmosphere, but from a top-down perspective, you can't do that because all they would see is a one big umbrella, right? So You just have to imagine that this is like a cross section. And so we've got sort of Costa del Sol vibe here, which is enhanced when you have the music going. Let's play some music. Let's do Costa del Sol theme. And you can imagine that you can see the tower in the distance, the Moonfire Fair Tower, can't you? You can picture it in your mind. Right? You don't want to mention the tower? What? No. What if I put that in the campaign? We got some fish swimming around. Some nice tropical fish in the water. Some little boats. We got the little bar here where they're selling some fruit. They're making some juice. Nice benches. Surprisingly hard to make curved benches, but I managed it. See? We got a curved bench going all the way around the outside of this little palm tree thing. And then back towards the shore. I think we're doing all right as far as vibes, right? All right, so back to the game. So I think it wouldn't be that bad to do the white stone and the docks. We just have to kind of like, you know, pick a part of it that looks all right. But yeah, the hello? Forgot about this guy. Sir? You get out there? Sir? You gonna be okay, guys? They're loving it. Tell us where you hid the loot, you rotten scrag. You guys like my Pictomancer weapon? I'm pretty fond of it. I think it's gonna be one that I use for a while. Very fond of blue crystal plus moon aesthetic. Alright, so if not here, we could make our own little like proxy of it. Like we don't have to be 1-to-1 accurate. I was trying to do 1-to-1 with the Bismarck because it's so iconic. But if we were just doing like a little like stretch of docks, it doesn't need to be like dead on. Just because maybe we want to make a little more dynamic of an environment. But something like this, kind of, where we've got like some docks, some water. They stretch off towards outside of the map. We've got a little interior here, right? I don't, what? Just, I just want to go inside, dude. No, I don't want to join. They don't let you in unless you join. But I'm not interested. But we could do something like that. Or we've got like a guild. Or even like something like over there. Like you can't go over there, but like we could do something like that, right? Some of those docks. I wonder, now that I think about it, what it would be like to do. Well, we're almost there. We don't have to use the 8th rights. Hawker's Alley, I don't know if it would translate too well. But we could do something, maybe if it was a little closer together, like just kind of push them in a little tighter so that it would look a little better. Because there'd be a lot of empty space in the middle. Because this is supposed to be filled with players, right? But we won't really have that so much. So we can maybe tighten it up a little bit. Just push some stuff a little closer together. Make it look a little more interesting and less empty for the map. But we could maybe do like a Hawker's Alley thing. It would be hard to get maybe this exact aesthetic for those little canopies. And it's always a little hard to represent that you're like inside of a building. But it wouldn't be impossible necessarily. We could get something close. We used a mix of the carpets maybe, plus some of the patterning. And then get that. We could do that wood pretty easily. Mix that in with the white stone. Wouldn't be too bad. But I want to go down maybe near the Arcanist Guild. Take a quick peek in the Arcanist Guild to see what it looks like. I'm trying to think of stuff that like looks fun to visit. From like a tabletop perspective. I'm trying to use my map maker's eye. Try to pick out the bits that would look best. So we could do like these ferry docks down here as like a map. Just kind of like pick a segment. Kind of there. We'd have some fish. We could even add some extra stalls to like give the players more to interact with. And kind of, you know, do this dock out here, right? Do this pattern. This would be actually pretty easy to do with the new tools that we have. Stretch these out like that. And kind of have like maybe not this entire whole area here, but like this section where the ocean fishing stuff is. You could definitely do that. Kind of all the way down to here from above. Put in some NPCs, maybe an extra stall or two. For shopping. Rather than doing all of Hawker's Alley and having like a million stores. But we could also do another Hawker's Alley one too. Put this lady here, script exchange lady. I'd have to make up a name for her. Her name is Script Exchange. Hello, Miss Exchange. Wait, how far into the bit do we want to go? That's the question. How deep into the bit do we do if we're gonna make this campaign? Do we have these 3 NPCs here, and when you walk next to them, they repeat that dialogue? How much are we committing to the bit? That's the question. Because I'm totally down to like put, you know, this lady there. You know, she can be in there, and this dude can be there. Right? Like we can put people that are reflected in the actual map into the because we gotta come up with NPCs anyways, right? So we might as well just use the ones they've already got. Right? But do we go so hard that someone said a big boat was coming? Do you see it? Is that how hard we go? I think so. I think that might be how hard we have to go. But we could always, you know, like move a couple NPCs if we want like some more faces on our maps. Since we're not going to do like, you know, a map of over there and a map of over here. We could do a map of over there, but move this guy a little bit so that he's sitting, you know, on this dock instead, right? And we've got a familiar face, but we don't have to make like massive maps. We gotta rein it in a little bit. But we can still use some familiar faces, that's for sure. What does this guy say if we talk to him? Is this a line of dialogue we want to include? True fisher must devote his entire self to the craft, with no time for love or dalliance. The sea and its creatures are all the companionship we need. Okay, I think we keep this guy. I like him. Alright, blonde Lalafell. Noted. Okay, I think we should do an area here. Do the ferry docks of Limsa as a map. I think that's doable. I'm going to take a quick screenshot. so that I can remember some details. It's just a fast little low-res screenshot, so that I can remember where stuff is placed and what color stuff is. But let's keep looking, so that I'm not switching back and forth. We won't go make that map and then find a new one and make, we'll just go find some areas. We'll do that all together. Is there anywhere else we want to do in Limsa, do you guys think? We could try the Aetheryte Plaza, but that's going to be a bit of a hassle, I think. It'd be hard to represent the Aetherites, I think, in Incarnate. We've got some crystals, but they're not going to look, proper. We can get the right color, we can do all that, but they're not going to look, that fancy. So maybe we just avoid it in general. So that we don't, ruin the vibe. I mean, I guess I'll admit I haven't tried it. I just feel like it'd be pretty hard. But I guess we could try it. The rings of metal. I guess that would add some detail, that's for sure. And then from a top-down perspective, might be hard to do these points here, but we could certainly get the stone part of it down pretty easily. Well, I guess I won't say no until I try it. How about that? I'll take a quick screenshot of the Aetheryte, so that I can remember what it looks like. We're here for research. Okay. And then is there anywhere else we want to do? Do we want the party to meet Merlib Luffishwine? Do we? That might be too much. I don't want to purely just be like, and then you meet this NPC, and then you meet this NPC that everybody knows, and then you meet this NPC that everybody knows. I don't want to pander that hard. We want to have it be mainly NPCs that are kind of newish or not expanded upon enough to feel like, we don't want to just be like, and then Thancred shows up, and then Alpha Node shows up. Feels too much like a theme park. But we could have like one or two minor known NPCs. Like the books that they provide for you have Raban show up and stuff. Yeah, but Gabby, consider that if Thancred shows up in this, then if you romanced him in the campaign, then that would mean that he was cheating on your Warrior of Light character. Consider that. Because we're going to run the campaign as if it's canon to basically any Warrior of Light. So I figure most of the Scions are going to be way too busy to show up into this, but that doesn't mean we can't have, like, a minor character. Like maybe a Tataru cameo or something like that. Like that's the kind of tier I'm talking about. We're not just going to have the party running around with Alphino. He's busy. You can reference them here and there, but I feel like it's too much to just be like, and then Thancred shows up, and then Ishtola does something. It's too much. It'll feel tacky. We gotta rein it in a little bit. Okay, I think as far as Limsa, we'll have the Bismarck, we'll have maybe the docks, then either the Aetheryte Plaza if we feel like it, maybe Hawker's Alley. Actually, let's go take a quick screen cap of Hawker's Alley so that I have it. Definitely won't do that one tonight, but I wanna have it available to me. Just so I can remember which ones I even talked about. We'll do a quick screen cap of that. Okay. And then I think actually before we head out, let's grab one of the rogues guild too, just in case. The exterior at least. So I want to remember that. Because it could be interesting to do the rogues guild. We'll grab maybe do Fisherman's Bottom plus the rogues guild. So I could foresee doing something interesting with like pirates and the rogues guild or something like that. Since we're setting this kind of in Lenosha anyway. Since I want to do Costa del Sol and Limsa, it makes sense to kind of at least stay relatively central to Lenosha. You know what? Oh, should we go back up there? Actually, hang on. Let's quickly do one of the rogues guild, and then we'll go back up into the boat. Should have taken one of these before, but I was not thinking straight. Black cat? Running across the water for a sec there. Zoom out a little bit. Get a screen cap here. Alright. And then we'll grab one of this so we can see it. Boom. Perfect. We'll grab an interior shot. Just for the sake of it. I don't know what the best angle is. It's not bad. I can always reference it if I want. But we'll just grab a screenshot so that I remember of maps I'm thinking about doing. Don't know that we'll do the interior of the Fisherman's Guild. That seems a bit much. But I think just a shot from up on the bowsprit, and then we're gonna teleport to Costa del Sol. So I think we'll maybe start Limsa maybe, and then go to Costa del Sol for some sort of quest. And they can start at the actual. I did that same thing last time. Turned the wrong way both times. I think like start at the actual like town settlement of Costa del Sol, like the resort, and then from there go out into like the Lenoshan countryside for something. Let's take a quick screen cap of this. Okay. And then let's teleport to yeah, let's go to Costa del Sol. Maybe they're already setting up the tower. Moonfire Fair is in a few days. Next week. So maybe they're already starting construction. It'll be so sad if they don't do the tower. They probably will just because they already have it ready. All right. So, as you can see, we got that kind of orangey wood, right? With the dividers being that same kind of dark, not black, but like a quite dark gray. We got the little lanterns on the post. We've got the circular sort of wood, which I think I kind of nailed. We got the rounded benches here with these little gardens in the middle. Sir? Ma'am? Ma'am, is this Lalafell bothering you? What? Sorry, what did you just say, dude? I've satisfied many a woman in my 50 and 5 summers. Old man, please leave. Also, what's this guy doing here? What are you up to back there, buddy? I'm leaving him. I don't want none of that. That guy will be banned from the campaign. He's not included, I think. Yeah, so we got these like kind of benches that go around the outside of the stone. Yeah, what are they up to? I mean, he doesn't seem that mad about it. But I'm curious why the other guy's just loitering behind. These guys are funny. They're like drunk and playing cards, but they're like sitting up on the table. You guys make me laugh. So we'll have like fruit stands where people can buy stuff, and like we'll do like maybe some fruit juice. Maybe we'll do some shaved ice. We'll do some recipes from the culinarian list that people can order, right? Either the Bismarck or here. We'll have this lady, Opilona. She'll be manning our little fruit stand. Okay. Maybe we should put this. We'll put a little bucket with some fish in it. So we got Costa del Sol, right? So we'll have a map or two here in the actual settlement itself where they can hang out, get the quest, and like, you know, interact with some NPCs in classic Randlorian style. There'll be a bunch of people to talk to, maybe a side quest too. And then we'll maybe do like, just thinking maybe Hidden Falls. So Bloodshore, we could do like an encounter where they got to go travel down Bloodshore, kind of maybe like an extended version of this, and then maybe like an encounter over here at Hidden Falls. We could do a cave here too. Invent a cave. Should we put Curious Gorge? Just loitering in the fountain or in the waterfall. I was thinking, yeah, like Bloodshore would be an alright place, you know? You even have like, you know, maybe some, if we wanted to do pirates, maybe they're holed up at the Bloodshore docks. This kind of area along the river. Have them nestled in over here on the actual Hidden Falls area. Do an encounter here in the shallow water. Could be neat. I was also thinking maybe we could do like a boat thing. If I think I can handle making an FF14 style boat, we could also have an encounter on a boat with some pirates. That could be fun. Because like, you know, I could kind of do this. We just need to make sure we nail the aesthetic of like the steel, because that's very like FF14. The black steel with the kind of like faded wood a little bit. I think it'd be reasonable enough to do like a ship like this. The other one, the Avalicia, was a little more complicated, but this one seems not too bad, no? So if they like had to like, you know, get something from some pirates, maybe they stole something and our quest giver wants it back. I think we could manage that. So maybe like 2 or 3 maps in Costa del Sol. And then potentially... Now see, something like this is hard because we can't represent the 2 levels. And it's got a thing on top. Like, see what I mean? I was like, well, we can't really show the top-down view truly, right? Because, you know, it's blocking off some stuff. And I don't want to make every map just like a circle of wood. Maybe we'll do like a segment down. So we got the one already with the fruit stall. So that'll be like where people kind of congregate and hang out. But we could do like, you know, some docks with some like reef below it. Would be nice. Maybe even push one of these islands a little closer so that there's like an island in a part of the docks. be interesting. Could even do maybe like this section here. Wouldn't be too bad. Wonder. Yeah, I don't know if I could make these chairs exactly. They might be kind of hard. But yeah, like, so noticing details again, palm trees, right? What happened? Best viewers on live bet. No, thank you. Woody20400. No, thank you. No, thank you. Be gone. Smited. So red flowers seems to be, you know, kind of a thing. All throughout. Sharks in the water. A reef. We'll definitely do a reef. There's a bit of a glow to the reef that we could add. Wouldn't be that hard. Little fish swimming everywhere. Lots and lots of fish. Very detailed, very detailed. Is there any other like vegetation that we should take note of? We could use big frog. Again, red flowers and little bushes. Lots of kind of stony grass as well. Rather than just like straight up grass. Kind of transitions in from rock to be these patchy, grassy areas. Trying to get a sense of like what Bloodshore in general looks like. Crab? You guys want crab? We could have a crab boss, giant enemy crab. We want a crab boss. Maybe they're trying to get that for the culinarian, right? Oh, I need this specific type of crab. Go fight this crab and get some crab meat so that we can make a dish with it, right? Okay, I was kind of thinking the quest would just be like going around fetching ingredients for a culinarian. Is that fun or is that lame? Like a culinarian's trying to do like a multiple course like meal, and they need like an ingredient from each course, and so you got to do like 3 different encounters to like fight something and get the ingredient. Is that lame? Is that too low stakes? We can make it high stakes for the culinarian. I don't finish this meal. I don't know, something. I'll die. Snipper. I remember that these guys are called snippers. And we could put some, I think we should put some Apkalu in as well. These little boys. Do like these little fellas. Professional chef life. Yeah, maybe it's like a really important meal. Or like a VIP or something like that. And they're just like, fuck, if I screw this up, I am done. That's the end of it. That's my career. This is my career on the line. If I give this person food poisoning, or if I promise something and then it's just like garbage, then that's my reputation ruined. And so they're like ambitious. They got like this crazy like multiple course meal, but it requires some rare ingredients that the party will have to do to go and get. I don't know how we give the party a stake in that though. What's their stake? Why do they want to do this? I mean, you can just pay them, but it's a short campaign, so like they're not going to get to use money from stuff. Okay, wait. What if... Okay. What if... Okay. What if the party is at the Bismarck at the beginning and they can't pay? They don't have enough gil. They realize too late that their meal they just ate cost too much. And then the head chef of the Bismarck's like, bro, you gotta help us out for something. If you can't pay, you gotta work. Either stand here and do dishes for like 6 weeks, or or go and help this other person. Is that funny? Or is that stupid? I guess then it would be like, well, can't we just leave if we're teleporting? We just leave but maybe if they leave and don't do it, then they're just banned for life from the Bismarck. You'll put your faces on posters. Your reputation will be ruined for dining and dashing. Yeah, they'll put your picture on the wall, and like everybody goes to the Bismarck, so like everybody's gonna know that you're like kind of slimy. They'll shame you forever. Like that one episode of Seinfeld where the corner store guy puts his bounced check on the wall, and then he refuses to take it down. And Jerry goes on an entire quest to try to get him to take the bounced check down. It's only like it's only like a tiny, like, it's not even that much money. The guy's just being like very like ornery about it. That's fun enough for a small campaign. I'm trying to think of ways we could add a bit of like, you know me, I like to do a little bit of an emotional kick, you know? They're having a silly time and then you kind of you kick the party in the knee with some emotion when they're not expecting it. So now I'm trying to think of like, where do we place that? Could do like a bit of a narrative mirror in that the party's trying to salvage their reputation as dining and dashing, but the chef, the culinarian, is also trying to salvage their reputation. So that could kind of be like, we relate to you a little bit there. Could be interesting. Maybe a mentor character, deceased mentor character who devised the meal recipes, and this person's trying to follow in their footsteps and make the perfect 3-course meal. Could be interesting. Oh, I just had a really good idea. Okay, I just had a really good idea, but I'm not going to say it. For an emotional anchor to the story. All right. We're going to do something along those lines, but I'm not going to say exactly what. I want to put some Afkalu in it, though. They don't need to be hostile since, you know, Afkalu aren't really hostile. But they can be waddling around. It's cute little fellows. So we'll do some crabs. We'll do some Apkalu. We'll do maybe some of these big bison. Buffalo. They could just be peaceful as well. If they're wandering the countryside anyway, maybe they come across them. Trying to think of opportunities for party members to use stuff in creative ways. Because one thing that I will say about the FF14 TTRPG is that it is very like kind of separated out between combat and non-combat. Whereas in 5e you would feel like you would use a lot of your maybe combat stuff kind of outside of combat. It's a little less like that. Your character sheet feels like it's very specific to combat, and it feels like RP would be very much like a separate aspect. Which is why I say that, because like, you know, the West, the like North America had that sort of like Critical Role TTRPG cultural revolution of sorts, where Critical Role kind of redefined how a lot of people play TTRPGs, where they very, very story heavy them. Other countries may have not have had that, and so they tend to be a little more like mechanic based, which is kind of what you see in some of the design philosophies of like overseas TTRPGs. I don't know, maybe other people have noticed that as well. But what was I saying? Yeah, so you definitely kind of feel maybe like there's a little bit of separation between like RP and your character sheet. You feel like there's not like spells that you'd use necessarily out of combat all that much. So I want to maybe like try to devise ways to actually let them do some of that stuff. Trying to think of like interesting, not necessarily combat encounters, but just like puzzles or instances of meeting certain people or problems that exist that could potentially be solved with some of the stuff that your class could reasonably do. And then just let the player say what they want to do. Like, you know, if a healer wanted to try to like cast some sort of healing thing, or like maybe grow a plant or something. Like white mages are very affiliated with nature, so like things like that I would like allow, you know? So I want to try to provide opportunities to like mechanically RP some stuff out as well. So I'm trying to think of instances in which we could use some of those things. But yeah, I think we could also, yeah, Bloodshore Bells. Could use those as ads for the crab fight. These little jellyfish. Like me some jellyfish ads. Colibri. I do like Colibri as well. They're very adorable. Yeah, maybe Hidden Falls. We could use Hidden Falls. Could be fun. A little area. What's hang on. What's on top of these cliffs? We should just use Mount Roulette. Hang on. Well, I can't actually land up here. Well, I mean, we could make it so that you can land up here. Castrum Occidens. I mean, we could. Since the Castrum is so close, we could implement, like, the Empire, but I don't know. Maybe I'm leaning away from that. I don't know why. It's not my... It's not grabbing me, you know? I like the Empire. I like the Garlean Empire. But I feel like A Realm Reborn does so much with that I just kind of would want to do something else. And I don't know that... I don't think we would set this during a particular time period. It's not like we're going to set this during A Realm Reborn. We might just make it up to date with some minor references to stuff that's not spoilers. I think we might just make it like up to date with Dawn Trail. Obviously ignoring anything that would spoil anything major for anybody. I do really like this sign. I think it's so funny. Alright, hang on, I gotta answer a text. Okay. So, screenshot. I should have taken one when I was back here. Let's take a quick screenshot of Hidden Falls. I wish we could go out to that lighthouse. But I get why you can't. They probably look weird from up close. Let's take a zoomed out screenshot. Back here. Plus maybe a closer one of this area here. Just to get a little peek at it, because I think this would work fairly well. For a little area. And then... yeah, there's like these big kind of almost pineapple-esque plants. Might be able to do that with some of the new jungle plants that we have in Incarnate. Might be able to get an approximation of that. And then just lots of palm trees. These sort of thatched roofs. I think again, maybe skipping the Aetheryte here. If we do an Aetheryte, maybe we will just do one Aetheryte rather than every area having an Aetheryte. Unless it's like looks amazing and turns out really well, then maybe I'll consider it. But at the moment, thinking maybe no. These like big red plants, I don't remember those. Let me quickly screenshot these plants. They have a bit of a glow to them, which would be pretty easy to do ourselves. Yeah, okay. Other than that, I think we wouldn't do too much else, unless there's caves over here. Maybe we could take a peek at what some of the stone looks like, see if it gives us any ideas. Could do these little guys. As an encounter. Can I hang out? You guys chill? I can hang out? Wow, it's cozy. They are kind of cute, even if their claws are a little scary. Okay. So if we were going to do a third area, we were going to go to Limsa and then to Costa del Sol. We could do... Limsa is our, like, area where we hang out. Costa del Sol is where we actually go to get the quest. And we could either do... We could do pirates in Limsa, then crab in Costa del Sol, and then if we did a third area, what will we do? Maybe ale port or wine port? Let's take a look at both of them. So crab meat from the crab, potentially. Maybe some sort of alcohol to cook with that was maybe stolen by pirates, potentially. And then what other thing can we do? Let's take a look around Western Lenosha. See if any enemies grab us as being particularly interesting to turn into a boss fight. Because again, I think every encounter will be essentially a boss fight with actual AoE mechanics. I'm not just going to do generic enemies. If it's a short campaign, you might as well make them count. Do like Aleport, but I don't know if it would turn into a map. It might just look too much like Lumsa. I don't know if we could nail this statue. I do really like this Limlane statue. It's very neat. Trying to see if I can stay on that. There's so many like little touches that I always appreciate. Like the rigging here. Not really necessary. I feel like it probably doesn't get a lot of use, seeing as how there's not even a door to get up onto this little rampart here. But it makes it feel so much more nautical. Just that tiny detail of the rigging. Enhances the aesthetic quite a bit. There's this little tavern here in Aleport. Like a little inn. And yeah, that's the tavern here. But I feel like if we're doing the Bismarck and there's food at Costa del Sol, I feel like we don't need... I don't think we need another one. Might be too samey. We could just have them teleport somewhere else entirely, potentially. Could just do like Vanillin. Just for like a change of pace. The Aetherites let us kind of do whatever we want, right? The Brewer's Beacon over here is pretty cool. But I don't know that it would look all that great in terms of map. This is a very cozy place to fish, though. I will say that. There, we got our lighthouse that we can stand near. This wide open area would probably not make very good maps. It's good for an MMO, but it's not really good for a TTRPG because it would just look like grass, as far as the eye can see. But you know, like something like this, like Swift Burst, would be pretty easy to do. But maybe not super exciting. I want to maybe do some more like iconic stuff that people would be able to instantly recognize. But maybe for like a traveling map, we could have some stuff similar to this to like, you know, you encounter something on the road. But okay, if we were gonna do, maybe let's try like bronze deck, maybe. Some of her farms would be it's quaint and it's cute, but it's also maybe like a lot of grassland. Morabee. We could try Morabee or bronze deck. Let's try them both. We'll just take a peek. We're here to explore. We're here to have a good time, take a look around, do some exploring, appreciate some of the details of all the areas. Now this would be an interesting one. Might be neat, but also maybe a little hard to do in tabletop terms. But it would certainly be neat to do like these kind of hot spring things. I was also thinking we would either do this or the other idea I had, but I was thinking maybe like Forgotten Springs, it's called. Is that what it's called? In southern Finland? That might be a fun one. But this could be kind of a nice area. Kind of see this working. And do like rocky borders there, shallow water, do some stone platforms in the middle, have these little like wooden tables half submerged. It'd be kind of interesting. We wouldn't be able to do like the whole thing in one map, it'd be a bit much, but we could do like one little corner. Don't want it to be too disconnected though. No, I want it to feel like you're just going from map to map without too much travel. So I'm trying to look for areas that section off quite well and give a good impression. I'm thinking of laying down my sword after this next one. That's actually like a really sweet little moment that they've got here. But yeah, I don't know. Bronze Lake would be interesting. But I mean, we could even do something like this, right? Cool aesthetically. I was also thinking, what if we did like a section of a dungeon, maybe? If we did that, I wouldn't want to just do the exact same thing, you know? I was thinking we could reference like a section of a dungeon, one of the earlier ones. Could be an interesting idea. I think Wanderer's Palace is an idea, but I don't know. I'd have to do some thinking on that. It's not Pharaoh serious, that's for sure. Maybe Braithlocked, Hullbreaker even could be an idea, but I don't know. None of those are like particularly grabbing me. Stasha's maybe a little basic. But it would be kind of intriguing to do like Stasha remix or something like that. Like revisiting Stasha, but like a new crew is taken over. Could be an interesting concept. Since it's like the first dungeon, you know? I'll keep it in the back of my head as an idea. I was also thinking it might be prudent, because it's such a different system, it might be prudent to do one session ahead of time on stream where we just have like a fight and I teach the mechanics through that. Like a tutorial fight almost. And I was thinking that would just be kind of fun to like work it into the story rather than having to like teach them in the first session and derailing stuff, or you know, like having just like an off-stream night where we just sit around and talk about the rules. It might be fun to just do it on stream to show off some of the rules and just have like a casual single combat encounter where I teach the system. Like, and then I was thinking if we're gonna do that, we could do like a fight in like the old Coliseum, just for like a gag, because why not? Because you could have like someone there like teaching them, you know, how to fight. And we could like do like an immersive tutorial in a sense. I don't know. That was an idea I had rolling around in the back of my head that I thought would be intriguing. To have like a silly fight with enemies that aren't like actively trying to murder you necessarily. So there's less stakes and they can just focus on like figuring out what their class does at the base level. Okay. If we were gonna do that as an idea, if we're gonna go to Ul'dah, we could do maybe 2 maps, one of the Colosseum plus 1 to like ease stuff in. We could do one of the Paladin Guild, because that would be like the Gladiators Guild, right? Would be an interesting idea. I keep saying that. I say that a lot, don't I? Could be an interesting idea. It could be. Yeah, anything could be an interesting idea, genius. Everything could be. Okay, so we can go to Gladiators. No. Take a peek at that. Just like, you know, a room to like let them ease into the experience and kind of preface it and make it immersive and fun and kind of silly. Because, you know, there's like the beginners, and we could also do that, like the Hall of the beginner thing, like for sprouts. That could be kind of silly as well. But it might be fun to just do like a map in Ul'dah rather than the Hall of the beginners, because, you know, Uldah's a little more like nostalgic. So we could do like a map like this, right? Just the little Gladiators Guild with Mila. Mila? Ma'am, let me see your face. Thank you. Blonde Kieran woman with armor. Noted. We could make her like the one that's giving the tutorial, right? That would work. She's a cool NPC, right? Do we like her, chat? Is she a good tutorial NPC? Green eyes. Just find some blonde lady with green eyes. Name her Mila. Zazarika. Yeah, she slays? Okay. You use her as our tutorial NPC to like in-universe teach the players how to how to do stuff. What's she talk like? Is she harsh? No further need to skulk about, eh? Not that there was much before, but you can hardly accuse someone of murder when the victim is alive and well. What's this in reference to, ma'am? What quest was I doing for you? Life of a gladiator is never easy, but I cannot complain. Certain members of the guild have achieved greater recognition in recent days, which has led to a surge of applicants. Okay, so she's not like harsh. She doesn't really have like a strong accent. She's pretty even keel, kind of stoic. Stoic, but maybe a little frustrated. with people who don't take to the gladiator life as quickly. I'm in. This is the entrance to the Hypogeum. Is that a thing? Is that a real word? Is that a Final Fantasy thing, or is that a real, like, Roman thing? Can we look it up? Let me look it up. It is a real thing. Yep, it's a real thing. Hypogeum is antique building, part of a building below ground, such as the series of tunnels under the Colosseum, which held gladiators, animals, enemy captives, slaves, keeping them ready to fight in the gladiatorium games. So this is where that's where the gladiators go, essentially, is what he's saying. I'll have to remember that word. So when they want to fight, we take them down to the Hypogeum, and then that will bring them to the Colosseum proper. Noted. Then we can see it. See? Right down there. But we could also do a little solo instance. Watch. Watch this. We're going to do this. And we're going to go to this. And we're going to take a little peek. we could do it more like this too. Something like this arena, because this is technically in the same location. See? We do something like that. That kind of platform. Alright, excuse me, everybody. Just ignore me. Ignore me, guys. I'm just looking at the arena. Please disregard me, hyphen. Ultros? No? Yeah, that does count as a loss if you fall off in this. It doesn't if you have other party members, but if you're by yourself, falling off is an instant lose. So there's like attendance that we could have in the Colosseum. Can I just one-shot these guys? Yo. Bye-bye. Sorry, gang, but I'm built different. So we could do something like that for the Colosseum. Just a simple circular arena. We could even demonstrate a mechanic or two. We could like let them learn right off the bat. Just here's how your character works. Here's how the turn order works. Do a couple turns of that, and then demonstrate 2 different types of AoEs or something like that, so they understand that that's going to happen. Do a knockback or 2. Do a knockback marker in the center. And if they get knocked off, they're out. And then maybe do 1 more round, and then end it. Could be simple. I love me some knockback markers. You can tell that I'm like giddy at the idea of getting to use all of the fucked up markers that they use in FF14. And then we're gonna do an Exaflare, and then we're gonna do split stack. Then we're gonna do forced march. But we could also do we could forgo Hawker's Alley and do the Sapphire Avenue exchange. I went to the wrong place. But we could, like, rather than doing multiple bazaars, we could do one in Ul'dah. And maybe do something in Thanalan. As like a third part of our campaign. Do Thanalan and Lenosha. Could be interesting. This wouldn't be too bad. Now, the only part that would be maybe a little annoying to do is just these, like, these things look so nice when you're down here, but from the top down, they just kind of cover all the important bits. So we could do something akin to that, but maybe not blocking as much of the actual view. But it might be kind of cool to have like Sapphire Avenue Exchange. I do like this aesthetic quite a bit. Do this instead of Hawker's Alley so that we don't have multiple massive bazaars. My retainers. Okay, we're right here. Let's do our retainers. Misa, what have you brought me? The last ring of aiming, tossing that in the garbage. Try again next time, Misa. Wait, I can't speak to her like that anymore. She's richer than I am. Good work, Misa. Good work. Maybe you'll get something more exciting next time. And Mira, what do you got for me? It's not great, but it'll be good for turning in for currency. All right. Yeah, we love Nisa around here. She makes absolute bang on the market board. So much so that I feel guilty for taking it away from her. And I just let her keep it. Edison Merchant, huh? What quest is this? Oh, that's the... No. I still haven't even done that because I have no need to change my character. It has been 12 years of Final Fantasy XIV and Charlotte has not changed a single iota. She has been the exact same cat girl forever. So typically she looks more like this because Dancer is my main. Okay, we were gonna do Thanalan. I was thinking maybe Forgotten Springs would be kind of neat. I do really like the look of this zone. And we could do like a little desert thing. That could be fun. Everybody likes desert, right? We have to pick a section of the desert that maybe looks interesting. But I just... Ooh, hello. Should I help? Should I do the fate? Feel bad just ignoring this giant creature in the middle of town. They need my help. But yeah, I just like the kind of river going through it, the little like spring. It's so nice. Like this little like mini oasis in the desert. It's a good aesthetic, so I was thinking maybe that. Could alternatively do like Black Brush. Would be interesting. Man, I don't got nothing. I could do my dance, but I don't. Okay, we'll do it. We'll do it. Was being lazy. Alright, you're welcome, town. I've slain the giant monster. But yeah, like, see? We got like, yeah, this little section in here is really cute. Look at this. What you guys doing back here? We are very cleanly people. Turn home sticky with sweat, sand, and the blood of prey. These springs will see it all washed away. Is you trying to rhyme on purpose? Ma'am? Make a good bird. Right? It'd be kind of cool to do like here as a little zone. And then, like, venture out into the desert. Be kind of nice, right? Like, pick, like, a zone, like, maybe like this, where it's zoomed out a little bit. And we've got, like, sand. I was also thinking maybe we could do, if we enjoy the first one, do 2 campaigns or something like that. Maybe with different players if we have enough interest from other people. But like maybe, because we could just do 1 in Lenosha, 1 in Thanalan. So I do have a lot of areas in Thanalan too that I like. Which isn't to say that I dislike the Shroud, but... It'd be neat to do the Stiguli Desert. The music's really good. Could have some bombs. I do love me this enemy type. Big fan of bomb in Final Fantasy games. Huge bomb guy on this channel. I always like seeing the different interpretations in each game. Plus, you gotta respect an enemy who's like, if they're losing the fight, they're just like, I will blow myself up and you as well. You gotta respect that kind of hustle. Oh, I'm going down? Alright, well, you're coming with me, buddy. See, this would be a cute little area, right? Little oasis. I think we could totally do this pretty reasonably. I don't think it'd be that hard to represent in tabletop form. Could have kind of like, you know, zoomed out a little bit, maybe shrunk a little bit as well, just to represent different aspects of it a little better. But like kind of the bridge plus the building plus the water would be kind of nice, right? Plus, you know, give us an excuse to have lots of Makote. Everybody likes Makote, right? Yeah, I'd say this is probably my favorite place in Thanalan. Very cozy. Just the way like the warmth of like the orange and the blue of the sky and the water. So pretty. But we could alternatively do, is it Drybone or Blackbrush? I always forget. We'll check them both. Because it would be kind of fun to do like maybe something in Cutter's Cry. That could be interesting. Like dungeon remix, you know? I do like Cutter's Cry quite a bit. Okay, so Blackbrush. Oh, it is Blackbrush, that's Cutter's Cry. Okay, I'm not losing my mind. Thank goodness. But it could be intriguing to do like the train kind of setup, and then like Cutter's Cry as like a little instance, like ants. I don't know what we do in terms of our culinarian story we're writing. Yeah, we could do like cacti and stuff like that. It's pretty easy to represent. The green and the brown. Pretty good at that. I'm doing maps already. Nanawa mines. We could kind of do something like that. This is like the mining company. Man, Eldad does look really cool from like the horizon. It's a very strong aesthetic. all the like spires and stuff and that big airship landing. So cool. I like the big bouncing forge. Anyways, maybe we should work on a map now. I've been wasting so much time just looking around. If we were gonna do one, what would we start with? Should we try those docks maybe? Down in Limsa? Where are they? These? Yeah, I don't think it'd be too difficult. Could also start with maybe the Gladiators Guild we could try too. I don't know. Leave it to you guys. What do you think? I'll switch over, but I'll maybe go to that area just in case we need to swap back. Let's start with the Limsa one. Why not? Let's treat this as if we're gonna set the whole thing in Lenosha, and if I have other ideas later, I'll just do it myself. But let's start as if we're gonna set this in Lenosha. Let's head back down to those docks and take one last look at it, and then we'll try and work on it. Now we'll take maybe one more break before we switch over. Okay, so it is the Arcanist's Guild. I should know that, but it took me a second. Limsa always takes longer to load for me. I don't know why. Just it's busy, I guess. Very busy at the ocean fishing dock. See, being a dancer main is really nice because it means that I just always have en avant to go around really fast. Okay, so we'll just leave it kind of here, and then we'll take a quick break, and I'll be right back, and we'll try to work on a map. And see how it turns out. Okay, BRB. All right. So I'm just gonna quick so I can see a little better. I'd like to actually see the map I'm working on. Thank you. Okay, so we might just take this and clone it for our starting point. I have the little reference picture I took. I'm not gonna pull it up, but I got it. And then we're just gonna clone this so that we can work with the same tool set. Man, Limsa Lominsa music is so cozy. It's like instant nostalgia. Okay. We might need to resize this. I just want to look quickly at what we were working with here. This crystal is here specifically because I was trying to be like, how would I even make an aetherite? That's funny. And then in our brushes, we've got all our same things. Okay, so we don't necessarily need this rocky bit, but we want to use these same kind of stones. And just looking at my reference pic, we've got sort of like stairs. And this is not a good this is not a good reference picture. What did I do? It's so pixely. I should have taken an actual screenshot, but I was being lazy and trying to do it quickly so that you didn't have to sit around and wait for me. It's so low res, and I'm in the way. Charlemagne's in the way. Have you ever taken a screenshot before in your life? Genius. Okay. The wood is kind of there. It's a little more faded in the picture, but it's also a foggy day, so we might want to maybe just brighten that up for the sake of like visual beauty. So we'll do something like, well, I guess I should probably delete all this stuff first. So it's that wood for our plan. This is the first step of every map plan. Excessive planning so that we don't ruin anything or waste any steps. So we're going to use a white brick plus white stone stairs plus a border of white plus some rockier segments that are kind of a whitish gray with a bit of brown in it, and a lot of barrels, and then a wooden dock that spans out beyond. So essentially it's going to be like stone down here, and then a stone dock out here that reaches the edge of the map, so kind of there, and then there'll be a little shorter wooden dock segment there, and then a long one that spans out kind of in a curve. The curve might be a little rough to nail, so we'll have to be precise. But first things first, should we just nuke this map? What will I miss out on if I nuke the map? I'll miss out on some of my stuff that I really want to keep. We don't need the flowers. We don't need we want these. Let's duplicate that so that, oh, you know what? It might be under our strokes. Ooh. Yes. Beautiful. I like that. That means that they're already ready for us. We don't have to sweat it. We just use some red carpet. I don't think there's any red carpet in this segment of the map. There's a red flag, but it probably won't represent that all that well. Okay. So I actually think we're probably good to just delete everything. Any assets we want? No. I think we should be good. How did I blend that? I didn't. Noted. These are like planters, aren't they? I think I use planters for these tables. Okay. Let's just delete everything. Not bad. And then we're just gonna solid ocean. Let's just fill. And then unlock that. Take that. Get rid of it. We're going to go to the top layer, erase clear. Okay, so now we're starting from scratch. Now, this is not the kind of water we want necessarily. I want to maybe counterbalance it a little bit. So let's first things first, get our lowest water layer. Once we know what that looks like, the rest will sit on top of it. So I like to start with the base, like a base coat of paint. Just setting it back. Okay. Let's just search water, and then we'll have all the water. So we want to, let's see. Is this a good water? I think it has a bit too much green in it, so sometimes when I want it to not be too swampy, I'll add a little blue on the hue. And then, actually, we maybe should start with this, to be honest. Where's our fill? Hello? This is not right. That's not the right asset. What? Oh, okay. Well, that was just a glitch, I think. Interesting. Never seen that before. Okay, so we'll maybe start with a mix of a couple different waters. Well, yeah, of course we are. This one nice and blue. And then come down here and just kind of subtly mix this in to give it a bit of texture. I always find that the waters look a little too wallpapery if you just use one. So whenever I'm doing water, you're probably looking at like 3 different types of water blended together if you're seeing them on my maps. Kind of mix in some real detail there. Kind of makes the light refract through it. Looks nice. I think that looks pretty good. I'm hesitant to even use this one if it looks good already. But maybe just mixed in really subtly. No, that's too on the nose. Just in little areas to give it a bit of motion, maybe. But nowhere too prominent. Okay. So got a bit of water in here, right? Maybe even shrink, not the brush size, but the texture scale. Okay. Now, let's outline the stuff we need. So first things first, we're going to do outside edge, which should be not this, but this. I think this is pretty dead on to what we're looking for. So first things first, we're gonna make it a nice white stone, and then we're gonna start to detail out the strokes. So first things first, we got boom, and maybe a little bit further out. Do something like this. And then, ooh, so it's a bit of a curve. I'm not great at doing the curves yet. I will admit that. In which case, we'll just do something like this, and we'll kind of move it. We'll fiddle around with it a little bit. Something like that. Because we can adjust freely all of our nodes. So right now it's going to be something like that. Oops. And we're just going to shrink it. So it's way too angular right now. And we want to also shrink this stamp scale to give it a nice sense of proportion. Now, we've got staircase. Okay, so now we're going to move around some of the nodes. To like balance it all out. Something like that. Add extra nodes in here and in here. And see if that gives us a nice curve without having to use too many like, curve tools, which can sometimes be a little annoying. And then there's this little like point that it's got. So we'll do like boom, boom, boom. 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 Okay. And then it forks out like that. We maybe move it down a little bit. These tools are such a godsend. This would be such a nightmare to do anywhere else. Jesus. It'd be so annoying if we were operating on the same old tools. So we could try giving a bit of a natural curve here without having to actually curve it by just adding some more nodes. And then, I shouldn't have left that. We'll just do this. Curve it a little bit. Just a very gentle curve. Okay. That's pretty good. I think maybe the only thing is I want to move these down just a little further. This is the terrible reference book I'm using with my own photobomb in it. But you can see, we're kind of getting the right shape, right? Now, it is maybe a little longer than ours, but that's okay. So right now, something like that. And then the docks are bordered in that dark metal. Noted. Let's come back here. Take this metal. Didn't quite save our color, but that's okay. We can probably just do it again. Okay, that should be all right. And so it is towards the base. It's about here-ish. So we'll do something like this. No, you don't need to draw it. Use the pen. So first things first, a line here to gate it out. And then something like this. So just the general shape first. It does have a bit of a curve to it. So let's move our nodes around. Do something like that and something like that down the center. It does actually have a middle thing. So we'll do that as well. Maybe a little longer towards this direction. We'll drop it down a layer as well. Okay, it's a gentler curve than that, so we'll add some extra nodes. Okay. It's kind of not bad. I'll put one layer below. And put it about there. But it's maybe not a right curve that we're looking for. So we might need to adjust that. So I think it might just be all curving a little bit down in a sense. Then that one's maybe the tallest. And then make it a nice gentle curve. Okay. And then take the line and we just cut another thing down the middle. Nice straight line. So let's put this on -3, this on -4, and this on -5. That's our dividing line. We'll put some capstones on the edges to kind of cover some of the flaws. Lock this. Grab these and group them. So that's one of our docks, and then we've got another one that kind of curves off like that. Where our script lady's standing. Yeah, the party just goes up to her and she's like, "Do you have any scripts?" I'm like, "What? No." "Oh, well, guess you can't buy anything then." She's just a completely useless merchant because they don't have any scripts. Maybe I want to... I think these need to be a little closer together, node-wise. You know what? Maybe we just start over. Let's actually do this so that we get the right length. Okay, that's much closer. But we'll just have to adjust some of the nodes, make them look a little better. Actually, let's move this out a little bit. We'll have to adjust the shadows on those, on this, so don't let me forget that. A little bit of tweaking I want to do here. Some minor touches along the way. Okay. Now, need to represent these stairs cordoned off from the rest of that. There are also stairs there, which might just have to disappear. Might just muddy the water a little too much in terms of what we want to represent. So, might have to skip those. Let's look at these stairs we have. Actually, do we still have our stairs? No, we don't. Okay, stairs-wise, pretty straight, standard white stairs, huh? White marble. And just fade them all together like this. How tall are they? They're not that many steps, so we could just use the 3 and not have to sweat too much of the specifics of how many stairs there are. Let's tweak some coloring. We're gonna match the white. So the stairs are here, right? Or are they just everywhere? Oh. No! They got us! Should have fiddled with the control stick a couple times. Well, we're on our own, gang. So, let's do it like this. Oh, you know what? Can I do this? I have to wonder. Stare. I don't think I can, but I might as well try. Can we horizontal flip? No. Can we... No. Okay. I didn't think so, but had to be sure. So it'll be, we'll try and curve them a little bit. Oh boy, it'll be a lot of work. So something like that, but we'll have to adjust it. Now, got all these little patterns in that add a lot of detail, but might have to abandon. Trying to plan. Now we could do something like this, I guess. Or the stairs we have. They're kind of all the same stairs, so they should match. If we did something like this. That would be more accurate. If we did this. And then merge them together. Like so, and then there'd be like a little notch. Actually, let's quickly do this. Let's put the capstones on. If I forget them. This kind of thing. The color out, darken it quite a bit. Make it match. There we go. Sit on -4. 2, 3, 4. Plus 1, 2. Do maybe a couple here too. Just to kind of give a bit of cohesiveness to some of the design. And then yeah, this is complex. It is really hard to like work within these limits and try to come up with something that matches exactly. What's the asset I'm thinking of? There's something. I think it's in these. Do we have any circles? Not really. Squares? We got like these big diamond shapes here. So what if we took this? Actually, you know what? There might be actually a better asset for this. This one. Like this. And then we crunch it a little bit to make it a square instead of a rectangle. Just subtly. Still a bit of a... And it sits sort of almost flush like that. In these corners. And then we color them properly. Okay. Now we got that bit. Now we need to do the next bit. Brother. Okay. Nice. Let's take these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Group those. Dupe those. Spin them. Our staircase here. Okay. Pretty good. Now, what should I do to emphasize this into being a bit of a staircase? Something like this. I think that works. Okay. It's promising. Take these, make a match. Brighten them up. There we go. Very nice. Now we need some big old chunky walls to act as our walls. Now we could use just plain like this, but that might not look as good as adding a bit of texture on it on our end. Might be kind of nice to give it a bit of texture. Like something like that. Just for the sake of visual interest on our end. So there's kind of a thicker wall here that I want to represent. But we're gonna obviously change the color, make it that, make it that. There. Pretty nice. These don't match quite yet. There. Okay. Now we're talking. This is progress. This is progress. And then we could also alternatively do this. Something about that big, right? Not block these. Boom. Boom. Something like this. Do something like this. Kind of like fence in our little staircases. Okay. Maybe we'll get a little creative with it, add a bit of something different here. Just for the sake of it. It'll still match the vibe, it just won't be one-to-one. Something like our thick limestone. Make it a little smaller. And then, ooh, you know what? Let's do it with this. Take this. I mean, I could just try to... Terrible. Try again. Something like that. And then we take the color and we match it as well. Mess with the nose a little bit. And then do the same thing here. Okay. Okay. Looking good. We're getting all the shapes in there. Once we do the painting, it'll look a lot better. But what if we move some of this up a bit and put it in between our staircase? And then we do some barrels, like that. So we take some of the cliff. So what I did last time for the stone of Limsa is I took this cliff, did something like that. And then we obviously gray it and whiten it. And then we could even paint a little gray on top of that. Sort of get that extra aesthetic. Like paint some kind of muddier brown on top of it. And do a bit of foliage on it. Okay. There. Perfect. All right. So what are we missing still? Stairs done. These posts will add a little extra detail too. We'll need some barrels that match the color temperature. We'll need a bit of foliage. Kind of scaling it down a little bit, but also nailing it. So let's maybe do these first. We're gonna remove our rotation we did to make them horizontal, but then we'll just adjust a little bit. Gonna have to go all the way around. Now we'll do maybe these ones at that angle. And do we like this wood? I think we do. Maybe a little further. Start like that. And then we'll have to tweak some of the shadows at the end, but that'll happen when we're actually painting shadows. So for now, we're good. Might come over here a little bit with it, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what it's like when it's done, and then we'll maybe redo it. When we zoom out, how does that look? That looks wrong. We want to just go back to this curve. We'll go back to the original curve. We'll see how that looks and maybe find a middle spot if it doesn't look right. No, that looks good. But what other details can we do? Yeah, we'll have to do some little details. But that can come after. So, now that we're here, we're going to need something like that for a while. Ooh, you know what? We should start dividing out with this. Take this middle bit. Make some more segments. So. So that we can kind of clearly see where we want to change that. Okay. Maybe we'll do something like this. Pull that back in, pull that back in. Okay. Very nice. Now, something like this. But let's just... yeah, like that. For the first one. We'll tweak it every segment. Damn it. I could just use the square tool, but I like painting sometimes. We can color inside the lines, right? Surely we can manage that, right, chat? Okay. Now let's change up the song quickly. Let's switch to the day theme for a sec. I am the sea. Okay. Just for a change of pace. Okay. So zooming out looks pretty good. Zoom back in. Try to match that. Perfect. And then we'll rotate even further for the last one. Okay. And then we'll rotate out a little bit further. Ooh, I don't know if we can. Hang on. Do it like that. Actually, just that subtle of a change I think is fine. Yeah, that should be fun. Okay. So now we've got our decks in place. Our docks. So we're going to move on to getting the right stone. So let's take a look at what we got. Could always do something generic, but I want to maybe see if we can actually nail the kind of stone that they're using there, because it's got a bit of yellow. It's got a bit of like, well, not yellow, but like browny kind of warm tones in it. There's obviously the stark white, but then there's also, if we zoom in as far as we possibly can in my low res picture, we've got kind of those kind of grays and browns in there. So we could try to do something like that. Though I'm not sure if it's going to work out. Now, okay. I don't want to say something insane, but we could paint the squares first and then manually paint some of them to be different. Is that a little psychotic? Maybe a little bit. See, this isn't quite right, is it? That's just not it. Just ain't it. Just ain't it. But what if I wish there was this, but not that? Does that make sense? Not really. That doesn't make sense at all. What on earth? Rotation? 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 That's not right. That's all. Boo. I think I used this before, and I think it's pretty darn good. Subtle enough. It's a little too clean. So we'll have to maybe muddy it up a bit. Manual muddiness. And then scale-wise, maybe down a little further. Something like that. And then just start painting. And obviously the shadows look a little weird right now, but we'll ignore that. So something like this. And then we could even come in and try to rotate some of them a little bit, but that might make it look worse. Now we will clutter some of this up so that there's not as much tile showing, but you know, it's gonna be some. Man, I Am the Sea is so nice. This song is so good. This bit right here with the so wistful and beautiful. If this doesn't like excite adventure in your chest, in your soul, then I don't know what will. We'll start with this. And then maybe we'll try to change some things up. There, that's faster. Speed run. Alright. That's kind of the vibe we're going for. It's not dead on, but it's alright. We'll adjust some of the shadows now. Take this, get rid of the shadows there. That'll be a big one. For cohesiveness. Maybe we'll take these and we'll actually just shift them to match the dividing. Okay, pretty good. I mean, it's got Limsa vibes, right? Maybe that's just the music. Take that down a little more. Match the white. Lighting will help as well. Looks a little clinical just because we got all this white right now. Now, insane me wants to go and paint all these, but maybe that's a stupid thing to do. But maybe there's something we can do to get around that. Like if we had something like kind of not too detailed, kind of scratchy and subtle, that we could use to mar it a little bit. Maybe the leaves. Color. Brown. And then like really subtle. Okay, hang on. Alright, that's kind of nice. That adds a little bit of detail to the ground without needing to do too much. But let's actually take this and let's actually brighten it even further. Desaturate it a little bit. And let's create some pockets of bright as well. Okay. This is looking better. Create that little bit of wear and tear here and there, but mostly keeping a lot of it white. Accentuate some detail, but still don't want to lose too much of the white. Or it'll look dingy. And Limsa doesn't look that dingy. It's a pretty nice city. So we definitely don't want to overdo it on the brown. Okay, that looks pretty good. So, next on the docket, what's next? This is an ambitious map. There aren't really any trees that we're working with, except for this bit of greenery. So we could try some of that. Foliage-wise, we definitely want kind of like a deeper green. So maybe we'll even take this and just deepen that green a little bit to match the blues a little better. And then what if we even made some of it kind of subtle? So when we zoom out, it looks all right. Just adds a bit of greenery to the rock without being too obvious with it. That looks pretty good. I like that a lot. It's using it almost like a little bit of a texture to paint on it, without having to actually physically paint on it. Pretty darn good, actually. That looks great. All these. Pump them up. Okay, that adds a little bit of greenery. Let's add some barrels. Now we do actually want to like match the colors, because they very much have done that here. So they look like they exist in the same map. So this one has some crates and some barrels. So let's get each asset. Some more there. Barrel there. Some more here. Okay, and then we'll do that. Okay, little area for that NPC. Need a barrel for the script lady. Near her. And then there's another pile of stuff over here. Okay. Pretty good. Fill this corner as well. Do some fish there. Then we could do a little stall here, just for the sake of visual interest. Now, this is a box of fish. I actually think this would probably work pretty darn well. But we can add a few more in here. If we really wanted to. More stuff to kind of make it look like the map continues off. What about like benches? Pretty nice. Market stall. In terms of a market stall, what do we want to do? Something like this. And then what if we did, is there like any like sticks? Any little sticks? Right, and then just a subtle detail. Cover some of this stuff up. Very not necessary, but kind of nice. Now we can freely adjust the hue. Table with a stall. Not quite. Okay. That's better. Oh, oh. I'm tired. It's been a long stream. I forget. Let's get rid of the shadows there. Gotta fix our water. Messed it up when I was drawing. Swordfish. Plus another barrel of fish. Plus another box of fish. And crab. It's really kind of clutter stuff up. Okay. You give like a stool to this guy who is going to be fishing over here. Since you can do that in game. Now, what about these things? They are... You could use like a mast. Like color them differently. Yeah, that works. There, that looks good. Nah. Tools. I think it's under tools. Fishing rod. A Lalafell-sized fishing rod. And then... Mostly just adding details now. I wonder... Yeah, that's not bad. We'll have to light this thing eventually. Now maybe we cut out some of these shadows. Paint our own. Lock that. Ooh, what? Hello? What did I even lock? Did I not lock you? Hello? Click off of it. Bruh. Okay. Very nice. Very nice. Add some light. So we will choose this light. We'll have to be careful. And the reason I say we have to be careful is because this light has, well, any light at all will be a little dicey. Basically, when you're applying light, something like this, natural light, I tend to use like a bit of an orangey, like it's got a bit of yellow in it. It's not the orange light, I shouldn't say that. This is the orange light, right? In comparison. So I use the orange light for like lanterns and stuff like that and fires to give them that nice warm glow. But for natural light, I like to use just the slightly yellowy one. The only problem is you can see between a white light and then adding the saturation back in, it definitely greens up the water quite a bit whenever you're using water, and it does the same thing to this, but when you have white, it over exposes all of it when you've got white. So no matter what color you're doing, it doesn't look great. So whenever I have a lot of water and a lot of white, which is what this entire city is, we got to be careful with it. So we need to place it strategically to give the illusion of light shining on stuff without truly abusing it, which is why we're going to make it cast mostly on the dock. And just kind of fade it away in some areas where there should be maybe a bit of light, but not too much. Very, very strategic with it. I don't want it to look too robotic either. Like, so if it's always in the same spots. So we're gonna make some nice big ones. Do a little bit less on it and kind of pass it up here a little bit. And then we'll tweak some of the brightnesses of some of this stuff to make it more of a subtle highlight rather than a focus. Okay. Now, harder part, shadow. So we're gonna want to go down in our opacity to about 0.24, 0.25, that kind of range. And then we're going to highlight the areas that need it most first. So against the sun, basically, and under the dock. Give it that nice prominent shading as well as under here. Because we use those edges like we did, we're actually pretty primed to paint instead of having to do something more annoying. We can just paint right under the metal. So we'll give it a bit of height by doing that. Subtly here to keep the height going. Though not as strong because, again, that's not where the shadow should be focused. Again, more prominent here. give us some dimension and depth. There. So now we got a bit of depth to everything, so we'll just touch on some of the other areas. Come in here. I always find that shadows don't look quite as good on white, so we're being pretty subtle here. If it's too much just of like a plain white, it'll tend to not quite sit right. It's got a bit of... You can see a bit too much of the black. I don't know what it is. It's just off. There's probably some art terminology that people actually know, but I operate purely on instinct instead of knowledge. Need some shadows in here, and then we'll come top side on this top layer and enhance those shadows a little bit. Make that a bit more of a wall. So, and then this is gonna have to be some pretty subtle detailing here, but just gonna darken that bottom step, hair. And then just slightly touch that one as well, and then we'll go one more pass on the bottom one. Okay, adds a bit of depth to that stair. Dark in there. Little touch across that step, and then one more brush across that step. Okay. Let's just get a tiny bit more there. There we go. Same thing here, but again, very subtle. Let's make sure that this doesn't look like shadow. Okay. Clean that up a bit. So that nobody mistakes it for shadow. Back into the shadow itself. And keep shading. So just touch that, make sure we shade that too. Kind of blend it in. It's all on the same layer visually. That little shadow there. Touch up on these. Subtle shading, another little subtle shading, and then disperse a bit of it out. It's not as noticeable. There. Okay. I mean, might be about as good as we can get it. Oh, I guess we could do more detailing on these. Let's try. So they look like alright, that's actually some good detailing. Okay, pretty good. And then do we go all the way? I think we kind of gotta. Okay, it's the wrong size again. Let's take this back. Oops, 31. Okay. Now like that. And then we'll just adjust some of them. And okay. Let's go. I mean, it's pretty darn good. I'm into that. And then maybe one last little adjustment to this. That's pretty detailed. As far as docks go, that looks pretty good. And especially in terms of accuracy. I think that's pretty darn good. Now, what else can we do? Is there like any like shadows we can create? Any illusions? So we need to make it in line with this first. And then something like that. Nah, I don't really like it. That takes away. What about detailing here? I think that would only muddy it, to be honest. We gotta commit to what we got. We could experiment with waves. But I'm not really sure how they'll look. Maybe add a bit of detail here. Fade these ones away. Water. Come back in and maybe emphasize some of the water a little bit. Nice blue. Oh man, what the hell? Oh, fuck. Just realized what I did. How long have I been on this layer? Ah. Hang on. Okay. Hasn't been that long then. That's good. We'll just redo this. All right. Much better. Maybe shadow here isn't needed? No. That's not what I want. Yep, these two. Yeah, what happened here? Wait, what on earth? It's down and there. Okay. Makes a little more sense. And then that match. And make that lantern not match. Okay, what if we did a little more detailing? Hang on. Brown. Really small texture scale. Top layer. Add a little bit of brown. Just like the rocks of limestone. Perfect. A little bit of brown. What if we tried coloring a few tiles? Just very subtly. That would add a bit of visual interest to these kind of very samey tiles. Just nice and subtle. Not too prominent. Zooming back out again to see parts where it looks like maybe there's a bit of a missing area. Spot that needs just a little bit more something in it. Okay. I mean, that looks pretty darn good. I think maybe we just need a bit more shadow here. A little bit of subtle highlighting. Okay. All right. We have to say that this is done, otherwise I'll spend another hour on it. Just tweaking things that don't need tweaking. Okay. All right. Big stretch and then we're done. Did we miss any details? I don't think we did. Hey, who's that guy? Scared me. Jump scare. I think we got everything we need, right? It matches every detail. Pretty dead on. Not as good as you're gonna get, I think. And then I guess the moment of truth is to go back here and see if it actually matches our other limb so well. I'd say it does. We want to name it properly. This is Limsa Lominsa Ferry Docks. Pretty darn good. I'd say that if you were familiar enough with Limsa, you could guess where that was pretty easily. When we put some NPCs in it. I'd say it's pretty dead on. Alright. Okay, we'll wrap up here because we've been going for 4.5 hours. Jeez. Time kind of slipped away from me there. Alrighty, so we shall hang on. Get something more cozy. Alright. So, not really sure about the weekend. I think I'm probably busy Sunday, and Saturday's probably a no-go as well. So we might just be back next week. We should have a Gaunt's Gold next week. Should also have some more Joan of Dark. Riko's pretty busy this week. She's got a whole event going on, so that's why we took both of those off. But when I say Joan of Dark, I mean I mean our Elden Ring seamless flavor with Rika, Seraphim, and Bluefin. I'm just saying Joan of Dark because that's my character. Best girl. But yeah, that'll be back as well next week. So there's stuff to look forward to. Maybe we'll mix in some map making either on Monday or Tuesday or something like that. We'll see. See how I feel. So yeah, have a wonderful weekend. Thanks for keeping me company while we tried something a little different. Nice to kind of get outside the box and try to make something complicated. These maps are pretty taxing. They're quite a lot of thinking and effort into getting them to look the exact same way they do in FF14. So they're certainly not easy. That's for sure. Some of the harder ones I've had to make, so you have to get very creative. So I appreciate the company while I'm losing my mind a little bit. Anyways, we'll wrap up here. Have a good night, and see you guys next week. Take care, and go to bed.